What's going on, space engineers out in the void of space tonight? It's time for the update you've all been waiting for. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Let's see. Oh, actually, I normally say hello to everyone in the chat, but I think there's too many people in the chat tonight to go and shout out some names. But thank you so much for joining us. We have a lot to talk about today, not just the warfare update, but also the future of space engineers and some of the things that the team is looking at. So I'm first going to introduce the man himself, Marek, to the stage here to talk about those things. Marek, hello.
Hello, everyone.
There we go. We can hear you now. Got the music down. Marek, how have you been doing? And what has it been like building up to this massive release you've been working on here?
Well, it was good. Like we spent a couple of months and then a couple more months preparing for this release. And there is a lot of new content, a lot of bug fixes, more than 200, many quality of life improvements. So I think it's one of the biggest, or probably the biggest update that we ever made.
Definitely. I mean, I know some people were expecting this earlier, but we really wanted to take the time to make this as epic as it needed to be, and the polish as well. So definitely we spent a lot of time on this, and this is what, yeah, as you already said, one of the biggest updates we've done ever, I think. So we'll get to that in a little bit here, but while we have you here today, I wanted to talk to you about some things, some topics that we've prepared here. And the first one we have is about the ecosystem of space engineers. And what exactly does that mean, and how do you see this as a thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so space engineers was never for me just a product, when there is product on one side and consumers on the other side. I always saw it as an ecosystem or as a platform where there are multiple kinds of participants in the system. Keen is one, we are developing the game, but we are only a small part of this ecosystem, because then there are players, script creators, server admins, mod makers, blueprint makers, content creators, YouTubers, streamers, all kinds of people, and all of them are adding some value to this ecosystem of space engineers. And why is this interesting for me is that, like, together we are building, the game and this ecosystem, and well, that's just important for me.
Yeah, it's a really great thing, and honestly, we wouldn't have the ecosystem the way it would be without all these individuals and groups of people. And also want to really thank the team who have been working recently very closely with the community and the modders to improve the modding API, which is actually a part of this update. And we did a stream a couple of weeks back about that. And yeah, so it's not just like the team working separately and the community doing their own thing. It's actually they're kind of working together to really make something epic as well. So definitely want to also thank the team for their recent work, getting closer with the community. It's been really cool to see. So that was just a brief kind of note about the ecosystem here. And just a quick one here. We've recently I've received it, and I think Marek has too. We had the Space Engineers plushie here, and I'm curious, put some 07s in the chat if your Space Engineers plushie arrived here. It was awesome. We saw, how many did we say in the end? Was it over, it's on the back, I think, here.
1,200 or something like that.
There we go, yeah. Nearly 1,200 plushies were sold. So it's amazing that these guys are all around the world now, and it was received really well, and I really hope we can do something more like this in the future, maybe some different colors or skins. So definitely going to be seeing how you guys, and also please do post your pictures. Post this little guy in some different locations, and maybe then send us those pictures on social media. We'd love to see these plushies in different parts of the world. It'd be really awesome. So that was the plushie. We're really happy. Oh, my mind just fell off the table there. Taking good care of it. And kind of connected to that, we have something that you want to talk about, Marek, and this is a Space Engineers miniature. So do you want to? So I think they can see, maybe lift it up a bit. Yes, there we go. There we go. There. So this is a really, really awesome 3D print, and maybe you can tell us a bit more about. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so this is some kind of like hobby project that we are working on with Trauske, 3D printing and then hand painting, and we would like to do more, you know, like different sizes. And actually, I'm even thinking about doing individual blocks. And we just need to choose some proper size so that the engineer and the blocks, you know, they are in matching proportions. And so that maybe people will be even able, you know, if they will have these blocks, will be able to put them together and build, you know, some ships or basically whatever they want, something like Lego. And actually, we will go for full circle where we started, because like the inspiration for Space Engineers was always Lego, you know, and then when we kind of enable people to build these things in real life, that's just, you know, like we are getting this full circle. So yeah, and I in my opinion, this looks beautiful, and everybody that already seen it is in love with this engineer. So, but this is just first prototype. Then I have also one, but that one is not painted yet. It's a smaller one. So, you know, like.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, wow. Tabletop.
Yeah.
And because you know, I tell you what was interesting about it is it's a really cool, like more like kind of gritty, realistic style, right? I actually want to get Marek. Can you get that pitch? You know?
And actually, there are even like details. For example, like here, I don't know if you can see it, but here are these little pockets, you know, and they have little holes in them.
Wow. Actually, I tell you what, Marek, I actually have the image you sent in the company email. Shall I put that up on stream right now? Unless I'm not just making sure. I don't think there's anything secret in that, right? No, let me just see here.
So yeah, it's pretty public.
Okay, great. Let me just get that up here for everyone. You see. There you go. Look at that. So I love the detail and stuff on that, and definitely just give me let me know in chat. Just give me another round of 07s if you'd be interested in you know, this kind of engineer collectible, because it's a little it's a project that Marek's kind of looking at, and I think it's really cool, especially if the base could be some. I forget what the name for it's called. You get it with Warhammer and stuff, where it's like some rocks, or maybe they're like grinding something. I forgot the name of it. Like it's when it's like a scene, you know, like a small scene on the stand. I just lose. Someone in the chat will tell me the name of it.
Okay.
A diorama. Diorama. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. So like the diorama would be really awesome to see. Yeah. Lot of passion in chat for one of these.
Yeah. We were thinking about a stand that is, you know, like asteroid or armor, you know, like two types. And actually, there are little holes, you know, so like you can put him on any kind of stand you want. So that's that.
It'd be so cool, especially if people were saying about selling it if unpainted, right? And then people could do their own like skins or colors, whatever they wanted. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, that was something in just a small bit of news there, guys, and we'll definitely keep you posted on that as we have more things to talk, more updates on that. So the next thing, we're getting towards that update, guys, but we really want to talk about some of the news going on and also some of the future. So, and that, starting with the future, we have the next topic here, and that is about a community-focused, oh, where did it go? Oh, there we go. A community feedback focus update. So, Marek, what can you tell the community about this idea and what we're thinking about this?
So, not much right now, or not details, but I can just say that this idea is about community-focused feedback. Basically, doing things like a big update, you know, a free update that is focused on the community, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. And that will be the next big thing that we will be focusing on right after we release this update.
Yeah.
You know, that we are doing today.
So I just wanted to check this. Let's see. Oh, and the key thing is as well, is to mention is like, this would be Yeah, so coming after this warfare would be this community feedback focused update. And yeah, I mean, I think you already covered it there. I was just checking. Great. Okay, so that's kind of what's coming next after warfare, but maybe thinking a little further on, maybe after this, we got the next topic here, and I kind of will put it up on screen first, and that is the conversation. Oh, I think Aaron, that is the topic of AI or NPCs in brackets. So, Marek, what are your thoughts on this, and also what the team is kind of looking at and considering with this?
Yeah, so people have been asking for NPCs and AI in Space Engineers for a long time, and I think it's a cool idea, definitely. But I think it needs to be done like in a specific way that is specific for Space Engineers, and because in Space Engineers you can build things. So I think it would be much better if you can actually build, your friends or NPCs.
Yeah.
So that's in a very short where we are looking towards.
Definitely. I was trying to hint at this even last year because some of these plans we've been talking about for a while, and this is just really because a big kind of confirmation for you guys that we really are, we've been hearing these requests for a long time now, and we are seriously considering the options there. So stay tuned. But that's just another one of the things that you can look forward to hearing more about. Let me have a look here. So the next, getting through here, we have talking about encounters, exploration, there we go, and endgame kind of content. So what do you have for us on that one, Marek?
Again, just some little hints. We're looking at is more content and more reasons to explore and do things in the game, so that it will be not just about building and creativity, but also about exploring and solving some things in that environment. And again, it's also one of the things where we'll be closing the circle, because Space Engineers was always for me some kind of building or some kind of sandbox environment where we can do or where we can realize other things, like for example warfare, or where we can realize exploration elements, or where we can realize the AI. So yeah, that will be another one, exploration, more content.
Yeah, and these are, I think already just with these three kind of things we're talking about here, I think these are covering massive areas that players have been asking for. I mean, some of these requests have really been since the start of Space Engineers, and over the years, I think planets was the most wanted thing, and they came and so on. So definitely there's always been like the big features that players have wanted, but I think as the game evolves, certain of those features kind of gets like a stronger request for. So definitely really, really cool stuff coming. I'm smiling here because I can't help but get hyped up about this myself as a player, and just can't wait to jump in. So also about this update, we wanted to just kind of highlight, before we show off the content here, highlight the kind of QA and the bug fixes that have gone into this. And I think I can just kind of do this one, just the fact that there's over 200 bug fixes and improvements in this update, and this actually the exact number I think has been verified as the changelog is 221 I think lines in the changelog there. So really, and I know Marek, you also feel strongly about this, that it's not just about like just pumping out content, it's also about getting what's there or getting what is releasing to be more stable and reliable, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I was always striving, like as much as we can for visual quality, audio quality, the physics quality, and whatever kind of quality. And like the quality of code and, like how stable is the game or how reliable are the features is also important, because if you cannot trust, the game or the product, then obviously you will not use it. So yeah, big thanks to the QA team and also to programmers who are working on fixing this issue, and also the community members who definitely helped with it as well.
For sure. And as always with these things, just guys, definitely keep getting those bugs reported on the support site. Like you'll see in the change log, there'll be a kind of a list of bugs that were fixed just via our team, and there are also ones that were fixed thanks to the community reporting them. So definitely keep up the great work there. That's really useful for us. So we're on to our final points now before we get on to today's big release. And the next topic, Marek, I've got here is the a little bit talking about Good AI and the AI game project that you guys are working on over there.
Mm-hmm. So that is this game is being developed in Good AI, which is a sister company of King Software House. And the mission of Good AI is, actually there are two missions right now. One is development of general AI to help humanity, and the other is also to develop this AI game. And we started to work on it 2 years ago, and with basic mission or basic vision, which was that we wanted to make a game where the fun is in training and teaching your AIs. Some agents, interacting with them, observing them, training them, seeing how they interact between themselves and with the world and so on. And the project went through many different directions or changes, because this vision can be accomplished using many different ways. And so I think we are still experimenting. It's getting better and it's already fun, or at least each new prototype is more and more fun to play. And but at this point, I cannot really estimate when the game can, get to some kind of test, when our community would be able to test the game or play with the game, or when this game will be actually released. So it's still very experimental, and I think the vision is also quite ambitious. That we need to somehow balance what kind of AI technologies we have today, and also what is actually fun, because what we also learned is that just teaching isn't so fun. You don't want to teach your dog.
Not everyone's cut out to be a teacher, are they? It's teaching is some people love that and live for that, but it's not for everyone, for sure.
Yeah. So, for example, building stuff in Space Engineers is definitely a fun game mechanic. Like shooting or playing strategy games or building cities. All those are entertaining gameplay mechanics. I'm not so sure about teaching, but we actually converted the game over the time to be more like a game where it's less about teaching and more about interacting with these agents in the world. And they have their own emotions, their own motivations, their own backstories, their own relationships, and so on. So this seems to be a better approach, but again, still, it's possible that we can change the course in a couple of months, because it's experimental project, and the only KPI that we have for this is that it needs to be revolutionary in some sense, and it needs to be fun.
Yeah.
So we'll.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing an update, and definitely, guys, stay tuned to socials for updates on this as well. You can check out Good AI on Twitter and other social platforms to stay up to date with that, and they're often posting updates there as well. So thanks for that. And we have one final topic here, Marek, and it's a question. What is a mimetic badger?
Mimetic Badger is the architecture that we are also developing in Good AI. It's a different project than AI game. There is no overlap in technology at all at this point, maybe in the future, but not at this point. So AI game is more focused on AI technologies that are currently available and proven, and something that we can work, basically engineering problem. And Mimetic Badger is a research project, so there is nothing sure, you really are exploring land where nobody else was, walking before. And what this Mimetic Badger is about and why we call it Mimetic. So the idea is that few years ago, we started with this Badger architecture, which was about having an agent, some kind of brain, that is made from multiple agents. So agent as a multi-agent system, or brain as a multi-agent system, or another analogy can be that brain as a society of agents, which is also some kind of term. And the first approach was to use deep learning to discover or to train the policies of these agents, where all these agents should have one policy, the same policy, shared between themselves, and the difference between them should just be the connectivity. So it's something like if you would use deep learning to learn the algorithm that is in each neuron in your brain. And let's say this algorithm is the same for each neuron. They differ in what they do because they have different state and different place in the topology, but let's say the policy is the same. I'm simplifying, but that's the philosophy behind this. So we're using deep learning to learn this policy, but that approach seemed to be, I think, quite hard. So we pivoted a little bit, and now we are using evolution, or you can also say A-life or artificial life approach, which is system where you start with some kind of system where you have multiple agents, and then there is evolutionary pressure, which is selection, variation, and heredity, and you let the system evolve so that it adapts to some challenges in the environment, or it actually adapts how it adapts to challenges. And this is what we are looking for, this meta-adaptation. And why it's called memetics is that we are not doing just genetic evolution, but we are doing what we call memetic evolution, which is inspired by cultural evolution and memes, and not memes, like the funny pictures, but memes like the units of information that we transfer from each other, just some knowledge, or can be some like information, or our beliefs, and so on. And so this Mimetic Badger is inspired by how information is being replicated in culture between different people, and how this knowledge actually is being used to evolve that system better and better. And so we are still, I would say, very early phases, and so the results are not practically useful for nothing, but it's interesting because we for example, have system that has some kind of internal evolution, and we see that new memes evolve. They're better at spreading and replicating than some less evolved memes. And it's interesting to watch it, but it's not useful for nothing at this point. It's just like good research project. But now what we are doing is that we are plugging the system to external environment so that we can ground the evolution of this internal system for patterns and tasks and challenges that are present in that external environment. And we will see, like if we can ground this internal evolution towards that external task or external environment, and that can be more interesting, or there can be some actually useful things. So this approach is totally different from the approach that people usually do with deep learning, which is based on gradient descent based optimization. And this is like completely different angle at doing these things. As I mentioned, it's similar to evolution or artificial life research. So we'll see, but I'm quite confident, or at least in worst case, I'm quite interested and curious how far we can get with this approach, and what we can, because even during the last 2 years, since we are more oriented on this cultural evolution things and so on, we learned so many things that otherwise we would not learn, so that it's really interesting, and hopefully, we will be successful at the end, and we will have completely different paradigm for AI than just deep learning. So that's the ideal outcome.
Awesome. That's fantastic. And definitely, guys, if you are interested in following up to date with what's going on, as I said, definitely check out Good AI and keep up to date with what the team's working on. Really, really big stuff there. So that is the news. We're kind of going through a little bit of the general key news and the future of SE, and a bit on Good AI as well. So I think, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the trailer, or should I say a short SE movie here? There was
maybe one last thing.
Okay. Did I miss a point?
No, you didn't. I just want to return the ecosystem question. So
okay.
ecosystem topic. So basically, what I want to say is that this ecosystem can work only if everybody in the community can actually contribute to this ecosystem and build things, and if people want to build things, they need good tools, good guidelines, basically good support from us.
Yeah.
So I'm asking people if they should let us know, or they can let me know, on my blog, for example, what would they want to get us, what they would want to get from us, to get better support in building things for space engineers.
Definitely, and that is true. It's as we mentioned earlier, it's a ecosystem where we work on stuff and the community feeds back. So definitely, guys, keep all the feedback coming and how we can improve our tools and other things like this that can just grow and to even mature this ecosystem even more. So just a final thank you to all of the awesome players and creators, modders, scripters, admins, server guys. It's all really, really great stuff. So this is a thank you to all of you for the kind of for making SE what it is. And I think on that note, we are ready. And just to kind of highlight, after this trailer, we're going to kind of go over the update with Sander, then look at the art with Hansa Trauske, and finally do some Q&A with Kienata. So I'm sure there's lots of questions about SE in general and the update, and we're going to get to all the questions at the end of the stream. So please do stick about. Marek, are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay then, let's roll the clip. And there we go. Warfare 2 Broadside. Woo! I had that music when I was playing that trailer. I had it actually on max. My ears are still ringing from that. What do you guys think? Oh, man. Whew. Let's have a look here. I'm just going to... There we go.
Good job. Good job with creating the trailer or the mini movie.
Yeah, that was the most complex trailer I've ever made. It was... I underestimated when I planned out the storyboard for it, you know, and it was very complex to make actually, but I think it came out pretty all right in the end. So, yeah, awesome. And Marek, do you think it's time to give the signal to the team to actually release this in all its glory?
Yeah. So unleash the release.
There it is.
Unleash the release.
Yeah, and also with that trailer, big shout out to Carol, composer, for making the track. Carol always makes us custom music for all our trailers, so you know, the music adds a hell of a lot to it. So big shout out to Carol. He's a very, very talented composer. So big shout out to them. There you go. The update is out. Let me actually bring up here the end screen. There we go. So we have the Warfare 2 Broadside update, all those new guns for both small and large grids, and also the Warfare 2 Broadside pack now available on Steam and the Xbox store there. So we're going to be going over the update, the combat changes. I mean, there's so much to talk about, guys, just from the quality of life, the mechanics, as well as the new blocks. I mean, you can see there the custom turret block, and the trailer, you can see you can basically use that to create your own AI turrets. So kind of, this is one of those things where, like, you know, we wanted to add some weapons that just worked, but also, as it's an engineering game, we wanted to give the opportunity for you to make your own custom weapons, and it's easy to set up, and they just work, and they have AI functionality, you can control them. So a lot to cover. But Marek, is there anything else you'd like to add about this update here and working on it and planning it?
Well, it was a lot of work, and thanks to the team who work on this, you know, people who produced, who designed, who programmed, who did the art, QA, community with helping and giving feedback. And I'm just looking forward and hoping to see that people will enjoy it.
Me too. I really can't wait to see the videos and the screenshots and to jump on a server. We're going to jump into the game in a bit and showcase some of that. Like, you saw some of there's some crazy things in there, like the recoil some of these weapons give is crazy. So, go on.
Joel, I just noticed that currently we have 9,000 viewers on this stream.
Wow, that's amazing.
Among all these platforms, I think we are streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Steam.
Yeah,
right?
3 platforms. Yeah.
And I think it's the biggest that we ever had, because I remember that the largest was 4,000 or something like that, right?
I think the Planet's launch was like, oh no, I think the Planet's launch in 20 may have still been bigger, but I think this is probably the second biggest stream ever. Oh no, Aaron's saying Planets had 8K. I thought Planets had like 30K, but maybe my memory is, maybe it's more like 8K. So it could be the biggest stream. So thank you guys for being here. It's we really appreciate it. We're going to cover a lot more. Like, we're going to go into the details of the update, the design decisions, the blocks, the art behind it, and also the questions as well. So stick around if you want to learn more about the update and and kind of our thinking into it. And other than that, please do jump in. We really want you guys to start enjoying it. Yeah, I'm still like, when that trailer finished, I'm just feeling less like adrenaline running through me here. We've been waiting as a team. Have been waiting for this release for a while as well, and it feels so good to finally be able to give it to the community to get their hands on. Yes. Again, anything else, Marek? It's always great to have you here, and I know the community appreciates it. So, there's anything else you'd like to add for now?
Well, that's just I'm hoping that people enjoy.
Awesome. thank you so much, Marek, for joining us, and thank you for sharing all that exciting news. You know, we covered some of those exciting projects, looking at the next big thing being community-focused feedback update, and we also touched on AI and much more. So, really, the future. I mean, if you had to put like, could you sum up 2022 in 1 or 2 words, Marek? Put you on the spot here.
It's actually a good question. Like, you mean from Space Engineers angle or like the world? I think from the world angle, it's I would say like interesting, but you know, with quotes.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
Or yeah.
Cool.
And from Space Engineers angle, I would say like a lot of stuff has been done. That's how I see it. Like a lot of work has been done, and people will see this later. But I feel like we were super productive, like our team and also the community. So I feel very, very well. Maybe not a lot of work, but I would say like, or better word than a lot of work is just productive. That I would classify, or say that 2021 was very productive for space engineers.
Yep, it was. And I think I said even recently that I still feel like some of the best stuff is still to come. Like some of the stuff that we're talking about and planning is really, really exciting. I love the comments in the chat. Just give me an 07, guys. Who has already picked up the Warfare 2 pack? I'm curious here. I see a bunch of people in the chat, Marek, saying already downloaded, already bought. Let's see a show of hands here. Yep. Blue Drake, I will send you a DM and get you the raw files there. Good sir. Look at that. Wow. Incredible. Awesome support. Clearly a lot of people like what they see there. That's awesome. Okay, so thank you so much, Marek. We're going to get Sandra on in a moment here. And yeah, just a final thank you for coming on today. And we're all really excited about the future of space engineers and Keen and good AI. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel. And thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so just before we get Sandra here, let me see here. I just wanted to check. Oh, actually, there's one thing I wanted to do for you guys. Is I actually meant to do it before the trailer. We released the trailer, but I actually want to do it now. I just want to give you guys to read the story, because I think you could probably guess it here, but I actually made a little story here for this trailer, which I wanted to read out to you guys. Let's see. Where is it? Here we go. So this was the story here. The Red faction is struggling to hold the line after a new alliance between the Blue and the Green factions. They are in retreat, and 2 task forces have been given the job of defending a strategic station in orbit around Pertam, an industrial facility on the surface. Both are important for the supply line and the war effort. The Blues have prepared and sent their newest fleet of modernized motherships to take over the orbital station. Meanwhile, the Greens, with their advanced ground vehicles, stage a full frontal assault on the industrial facility. Losing control of these assets would be a devastating blow for the Reds. Unfortunately for them, both of these facilities have seen better days, and the Red engineers must race to upgrade the defenses before the enemy arrives. I actually kind of wanted to put that in the text at the start, like a kind of text crawl, but we didn't go for that in the end. So that was just a little backstory there. But now I'm going to pin Sander, and I think, let me just check there. And just get the name, and Sander, welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good to hear you. How are you?
Feeling very flustered right now. Like, I was feeling okay in the intro, but watching the trailer for like the final time there, and just seeing the chat reactions really got me pumped. And I'm really feeling like on edge now. But so happy to get this out. And you know, you've been a huge kind of force behind this update and the details and the changes. So I mean, let's just start off with saying, like, how was it to approach and develop such a huge update that had so much kind of people were expecting so much, you know, for this update?
Yeah, It was big. It was pretty huge. I think, as Marek alluded to, we've been working on this for quite some time. Basically, right after the first Warfare update, we've been going basically full time on this. Of course, we've had the heavy industry in between, but that was, lots of bug fixes and quality of life features. Like, I think some really good improvements were there. But of course, the real, new features, new cool stuff, that was all, that was all in this. So this honestly is one of the biggest updates I think we've ever seen for Space Engineers, and it's just really, it's really cool. I like what we've done. I'm really happy with what we got here, and I think there's some really cool stuff in here. We've already teased a bunch of stuff, of course, to the community, so they may know a couple of things, and now that people download the update, they will see for themselves. But I think we still have a few things that we can talk about and discuss, and maybe dive a little deeper into. We'll see.
I think so, because the trailer showed many things, but it's hard to show. Like, for example, on the top of my head, we have this kind of penetration mechanic, the railgun. The railgun will just go straight through a ship, right? And he didn't see that. And also, some people were talking about the railgun exploding, and it's not the railgun causing the explosions.
It's the railgun hitting something that then explodes. So that's a new feature. We have explosions of ammunition and tanks, like hydrogen tanks and oxygen tanks. They explode.
There's more things to explode now. So whenever you've seen the railgun hitting something and it's exploding the trailer, it's because it's hitting a hydrant, it's hitting a tank, or hitting something that's containing ammunition. So the railgun by itself, just if you shoot with armor, it actually there is no explosion generated. It will just go, if there's nothing but armor, it will just go straight through. Yeah. So
if you've seen the Expanse, you know where we took some inspiration from, I would say.
There was some comments about the Expanse in the teaser. So a lot of Expanse fans in the team, and I know there's a lot of Expanse fans in the community as well. So Actually,
absolutely.
I think, do you want me to, I've got the game up here. Should I just have a little play in the game while you talk over some things, or is it better to bring the blog post up? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Maybe let's start with the blog post, and then we can, if you want to play the game in the background, I can talk about the blog post.
Okay, great. We'll do
something like that.
Okay, great then. Let's. There's the title. So I mean, I think first let me just we'll just go over this. Actually, it's okay. It's okay. You do it via the blog post here. So yeah, go ahead, man. Jump in. I'll just be playing the game and showing some stuff off.
So. Yeah, cool. So let's start with some of the new free stuff, of course, in the update. And I'm just gonna go over the blog post one by one.
That's fine.
I think the first one that we hit is, I think, one of the most interesting things we have actually added. Of course, we have the target locking features, which people, I'm sure, have already seen in the combat guide, and we'll probably get a bit more into this when we're actually in the game, and you can show it off a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
But the one of the first cool things here is the custom turret controller, and I think this is one of those blocks that doesn't really seem, maybe super fancy at the first start. It's a cool block. You can make a turret with it. Well, that's kind of new, of course. You can make turrets, but I think if you play around with this, you'll find that you can use it probably for a lot more than you first thought of. And the way this works, this block, when you're in the game, you will see that you can set up several things in this block. You can set up a weapon, of course, to act as your gun for your turret. But to swivel the turret, you of course need either a rotor or a hinge block to rotate the turret left to right. And of course you need something to rotate it up and down. And then you can also, instead of a gun, you can maybe use a tool, like a drill or a grinder. So it functions basically just like a turret, and you can control it like a turret as well. If you have a camera on it, you can view it like a turret. You can put the camera wherever you want. And the funny thing about this thing is, these you need to set up what rotor you use for the azimuth and elevation, but they don't necessarily need to be on the same thing. You don't actually have to build a turret with this. If you want, you can probably build an excavator, or, well, I don't know, some crazy mining thing, or maybe you just stick a grinder on a stick, and then you have some weird melee thing that swivels around and points at people. Or of course you can just put a spotlight on it, or just a camera, whatever you want. There's a lot of options to do with this, and yeah.
I'm in game finally now, really so cool I can show this off here. So this is what it looks like for small. Let me just actually hold on. There we go, the turret control block. So we had the large grid version here. which looks like this. And also the small grid version, which is just a tiny, cool little 2x1 block. So I could come into this custom railgun turret here, like seen the trailer, and I can control it just like this. So I now have custom... I think shooting's turned on right now. Or I can come into this... let me come down here. Let's see here. There's the new hatch door. I'm not even joking. My
There's
hand.
So many cool stuff here.
No, I know that already, but my hand is trembling. Like I'm so pumped from this update. I can't control the camera properly. I'm like this right now. It's crazy. So, or I can come inside this building, which is part of this station you saw from the trailer, and I can control it from within, you know, from elsewhere remotely, right? And
yeah, exactly.
If I come in, oh, hold on. If I get out of this and go into, oh, hold on. Yeah, remote control. Hold on. Oh, turret. Where is it? Turret control. Is this one? I don't know. It might be not this one, but you can see some of the controls here for the. That was the new one actually. Hold on. It's small railgun. Maybe this one. No, that's the. Here we go. This is it. So we see the settings here. We've got the azimuth rotor, the elevation rotor, the assigned camera, and then we have various multipliers here. And we can add the available tools and weapons. There's a lot of options here. The option to enable AI. So this custom turret will automatically aim at whatever you want it to. Like a normal turret, you can choose meteors, missiles, small ships, large ships, characters. So the same as you have with normal turrets here. And also you can choose as well the subsystems. And subsystem targeting is something that's in the game in general for other turrets. But you can see here you can either do it via the toolbar, but you can also set this turret to go for propulsion or go for power systems. So this is all in the turret control block here. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, carry on, man. You know the stuff better than me.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this is exactly basically what I was talking about. This is it allows you to build custom turrets, and I think it's really cool. So the thing is, they work with AI, and the AI scanning range of these turrets is unchanged from previous editions of the game. So we haven't updated the AI's scanning range of things, but now with the new target locking mechanic, if you lock onto a target, you can tell the turret to fire at that target, and it doesn't matter if that's 600 meters, 800 meters, up to whatever the max range of a weapon is, and the weapon's max range is. To sort of be clear, it's not the same as the AI's max range. So some weapons will have, I believe it's 800 meters range. Some will have, I think it's 1,200 meters, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I believe the railgun goes up to 2 kilometers in range.
It's amazing.
So yeah, that's a really big change. There is a technical limit how far we can go with this, but I think 2,000 meters is pretty much where that's at. Yeah, so maybe continuing, of course, the railgun. The railgun is only a static weapon. We don't want it to be, too easy to make a, super powerful sniper turret or whatever. So you'll have to either build your own custom turrets or, just stick it on your ship, like on the bow of a ship or on the, on whatever you want to put it. It has quite a lot of recoil, and it's quite powerful. It's in large grid and small grid, so you can make some small grid railgun ships basically. Some cool fighters.
I'm also this is the railgun turret, as seen in the trailer here. But we also have I wanted to show off here. We've got this. This is the actual ammunition for it here. Oh, I just messed it up. It's pretty cool actually. You have this kinetic projectile, this basically massive spike in the casing here. So this is the I'm going to butcher the name here. Is it Sabot or Sabot? Sabo, maybe depending where you're from, depending how you pronounce it. So yeah, we have, look at that shine there. So we've got the large, there's 2 actual types of these. We've got this is the large grid one, and the small railgun is is a little one there as well. So
Yeah,
let's put that.
that's a slightly smaller one.
Yeah, quite a big difference actually in size.
We've got lots of new ammunition. Yeah, I mean, well.
Yeah, but then again, you've got
much. Yeah, it doesn't take a big projectile.
Sabo, that's it.
Through,
Sabo.
Through everything.
Thank you guys. I'm always terrible with pronunciation. Anyone who's watched the StarCore tournaments will know I'm terrible with name pronunciation.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there we go.
So let's move on. Look, we've got the railgun. It's really awesome. I think it's just one of the cooler guns we have. But besides the railgun, we have a bunch more guns. We have the artillery turret and the static version of that as well. It's a really big gun. It shoots a big projectile and it does a lot of damage. It's I think what you would expect. It's pretty big and powerful.
I love the sound it makes as well.
It sounds so cool. That is one of the things. Like when we're developing this game, we're playing this game all the time, and during development, you don't really, notice the sounds of stuff, especially when it's still in development. And sometimes there's just no sound because we don't have the sounds yet. But when it all comes together right at the end, and you hear this, like, oh man, that's just so cool. Like guns sound awesome now, I think, and it's really great. And not just the artillery, like the railguns is great. Like all the guns, I think, sound cool. So yeah, I'm really happy with how that. And that's actually a big thanks, of course, to our audio designers and to Aragath for implementing all these things. So yeah, that was awesome.
I'm just showing some of the firing off here, and so yeah, and people can make their own artillery-based weapons with the static here as well. The static wasn't too much in the trailer. It was on some of the blue ships, but it wasn't featured as heavily there.
So. Yeah, I think, well, we sort of figured we're making a turret version of this. We might as well make a static version of it for like big ships to have something. Like I can imagine you want to have like, some sort of pirate ship with like 10 broadside guns, and of course then we need a static version of it. So yeah, we put a bunch of these in. If you want, I suppose you could make a big turret with like 100 of these on them if you have the PCUs available. I mean, yeah,
it's possible. I know
do.
I'm going to see some walls of artillery in the coming days and weeks.
Oh yeah,
there's going to be some weapon spam here. I'm just playing around.
Well, the interesting thing is like all these guns I think are great, but we shouldn't forget that we also adjusted, of course, like the whole balance of everything. So small ships, small fighters, they don't melt immediately, when faced with like a minigun turret, like they used to. Like it used to be the case, like the turret would just shoot at your cockpit and like brap, and you were dead. Right now, guns fire at subgrids, and those are not subgrids, sorry, subsystems. And that's what the guns target. So they don't really target your cockpit anymore. They target your guns or your propulsion or your energy systems, and not your cockpit. So you'll stay in the fight longer, but of course your ship will get more damaged and crippled. But it sort of gives you a chance to evaluate your choices in life and maybe flee from the battle if you feel like you're losing, or double down on somebody and just get them. But yeah, it's there's just so much stuff in
there.
Is like all the
right now. I'm just playing around with the lead reticle, and I can see on stream, guys, how sometimes it was so hard to hit your missiles. Right, when you're especially like, when you're going straight, it's okay, but as soon as you start getting different velocity, trying to get I just got hit. Trying to get your missiles to hit the target was really hard. Now, with this, I love the lead reticle stuff. It's super cool. So maybe I'm not sure if I'm skipping ahead here, but you can maybe comment on that. Oh, I just died.
No, that's all right. Like I think the interesting thing with these lead reticles is that it sort of shows you what your what you're doing, what your projectile is doing. So if you're going straight, like you said, then of course your projectile is going to inherit that velocity of your ship and also go straight. So it's quite clear. But if you're moving sideways, you kind of have to judge like how far your projectile is moving with wherever you're going. So aiming used to be quite hard, especially with missiles. And I think it's still it's not like super easy. We don't have auto aim or anything like that, but you do get a fair chance of hitting something with especially a rocket launcher that holds like 4 rockets. Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't waste those for nothing.
Definitely.
So yeah. That's helped a lot, and of course the aiming or like the target locking that allows your guns to all fire on targets as well, beyond the AI range. So yeah, that's I think a really cool change. So besides, of course, the assault, the artillery, we also have the assault cannon and the assault cannon turret. So those are basically the smaller version of the artillery. They sort of do a similar thing. They're a bit more, they track a bit faster. Oh, that's maybe a point I should have made. The artillery, it does a lot of damage, but it's really slow to rotate. So if you're, up against fighters or like fast, small things, there's a good chance this artillery just won't cut it and it's not gonna be able to track you fast enough. So the assault cannon is there to sort of take care of the little smaller targets. It works, like I said, quite similar, but it's just a smaller brother of the big gun.
Yep.
And it's available for small grid. That's really probably the more important part of this as well. So you can make you can make a tank or a fighter or whatever have like a pretty decent gun on it.
I'm just switching actually to the planetary showcase I had here. It's just so I know Climb put up a server for me. That's very kind. I've got these trailer worlds right now I'm using because they have a lot of stuff in to quickly show stuff. So we can. I'm just switching to the planetary one, and we can go over some of those weapons because I think one of the weapon actually isn't in the trailer. I think possibly the assault cannon because there was a size change there. No.
Oh.
No, assault cannon.
I think it is there.
Wait. No.
Oh, sorry. The small grid assault cannon turret was changed quite late in development, I believe. So that may have skipped the trailer. I'm not entirely sure about that. But I do believe it's actually like the static version definitely is in the trailer. I'm quite sure.
You're right. I think it's just one of the sizes isn't there because there was some last minute change I think there, and I think it didn't. It wasn't working with one of the designs. So I'm just getting this ready here. You carry on. I'm just.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, the assault cannon. I think it's probably my favorite weapon because I like small grids. Like I love big ships and like giant battle crews or whatever. But I love like tiny little ships that punch above their weight. I think that's cool. So for me, I think the small grid assault cannon, especially the static version, is probably my favorite weapon of this new update. It feels cool to use. It's like an actual powerful tank gun, and it feels nice.
This is a
lot of kick to it.
Sorry, say what are you talking about here? Just make sure
the small grid assault cannon,
small grid assault cannon.
I think the one that you have on this vehicle.
Yeah, look at this. This is my favorite scene from the trailer. I love this scene of the dropships landing and the vehicles rolling out. It was my favorite. Well, it was one of the worst to make. It was because having all these moving grids. If any of you guys ever tried the replay tool with planetary vehicles, it wasn't easy, but it's my favorite, I think.
Yeah, it's cool. I think this is sort of this thing was kind of made with planetary combat in mind, really, and that's where it sort of fits the most. But yeah, I think it's really cool. And
the recoil as well here.
Yeah, that's like the cool part, right? It's like you actually feel like it's a powerful weapon.
So like when I'm in, I'm just going to show how to do this. When I'm in here, like I'm driving it around, right? And then I literally just hit 1 to enter the custom turret controller, and now I have control like this. But actually what I want to show is the recoil this thing gives if I fire this off here. This should work. No, hold on. I need to do this. Whoa, no, oops. And get over. Oh! Just did way too quick. Okay, I'm nearly ready, and I don't think I'm aiming at the crane, but look at this freaking recoil here. Oh, didn't work. Okay, I'll have to... It's not working, okay. Oh
no.
Maybe, hold on.
Does it have ammo? I don't know, I can't see what you're doing on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Like a second behind on there, but I'll just continue talking, and
I'll hack it,
I'm sure we'll see when it happens. So yeah, the assault cannon, I think it's super cool. It's my favorite gun, and because it fits on everything. Like it's only a little bit bigger than the minigun, and it just really it fits basically on any ship that you've already put the miniguns on previously. You can fit the assault cannon on, and that should just work. I think it's working now, right? Like the stream seems to be. Yeah.
Sorry, I tracked the wrong thing. Yeah, it's working now. I had shooting turned off. I had shooting disabled. That's why.
All right. Cool. Well, yeah. Moving on from the assault cannon, we have the autocannon and the autocannon turret. So this again, it's a little bit smaller. Like we're going from big to small. We should have switched this around somehow. But anyway, it's a bit too late now. We have the autocannon. The autocannon is, of course, you know, when you have miniguns, when you have an assault cannon, you need something, you know, in between to mostly deal with small grids and, you know, characters or well, I'm not going to say anything other than that, but mostly small grids and characters. There may be other uses for this in the future. Who knows? I'm not gonna say anything about that.
I'm getting all the stuff out now, so we can talk about it here. I'm just getting all the.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Get them out on a nice. This tank's going to be ruined here. So what are we on? There's the auto cannon. I'm gonna paint them green as well, so we can see them better.
The autocannon turret, I think it's nice and compact. You know, it's actually pretty much the same size as the older minigun turret, but I personally think it looks a little bit nicer. Yeah, it's a really cool gun. It's like if you have what you've shown in the trailer, like if you put 4 of them on a you know turret, on like your own custom turret, then it's sort of like a flak gun. You can just sort of dakka, you know, shoot, you know, planes and spaceships with it. It's it sounds good as well. Again, that's the, you know, one of the sort of fun things is that when these guns sound nice, it feels good, and that's I think we did that.
Nolfi's saying in chat, I should show guys, there is bullet drop as well. We actually have gravity affecting projectiles as well. That wasn't actually that wasn't so clear in the trailer probably, but actually if you shoot this tank over long distance, which I can probably do in a second here, you'll see that projectile drop. So no longer do things go in a laser straight line. In space they do, in space still, but on planets, you do have this projectile. I'm not sure, is there anything more to add about on that point there?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Like gravity and projectiles, they do things with each other, and they the bullets drop. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say about that.
There we go.
I mean, you know, aim high and hit low, I guess. So that's it. Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, I'm sure modders will find awesome stuff to do with this, but you know, that's I'm curious to see what's going to come out of that.
Seeing if I have. So carry on. I'm sorry. Looking for this.
So yeah, maybe moving on from all the new guns, which, you know, I think is probably the most exciting part of this update. But besides the new guns, we also have a few other things. One of those blocks is probably not going to go noticed too much by people, but we now have an offset passenger seat. Sorry. So what that means is normally the passenger seat would fit in quite a big space, and you couldn't like nicely put a bunch of them close together. But now you can, and we just sort of, you know, made the passenger seat take a little bit less space than before.
Yeah, so it's like a 2 by 2 blocks wide rather than 3, so you can do something. I don't know. This is some weird offset thing here, but you see, there's a 3, or I don't know, just like this, even better, like that.
So yeah, what you can do now is like when you have a bunch of them next to each other, you can just fit more into a smaller space. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You don't need to make a super wide car anymore to fit like people in the back seats. You can make them a little bit narrower, and it just sort of fits. And I think this is one of these things that fits with one of the DLC blocks we have as well. We'll get to that in a minute probably. Which is the passenger bench.
Yes, you saw in the start of the trailer there in the back of the dropship. I'm just unloading all the vehicles to have fun with. So because all these vehicles on the ground base, the green, they all feature these custom turrets. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them feature these custom turrets. So this is the Warfare. This is a reskin of the Gatling here, but it looks very nice. This kind of tri-barrel weapon. And again, this was custom built turret. You can come in here and use it just like that. But actually, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to get out the flak, the AA,
the quad gun,
And shout out to Miko or Smoky for his amazing work on these builds, because he is he's a god of these vehicles here. So this is the AA kind of trailer here. One of my favorite things, I think, to play around with here. So this is all working like that. And again, this is a custom turret. Like, I could sit in the seat as I did in the trailer, but actually it can be remote operated. And you can control it like a normal turret here, but it's fun to sit in it and then hit that and then...
You get like the front row view of the cool guns basically when you're seeing it. Let's see. Moving on from these guns. Of course, we have, not to forget, we have the Asteroid Armory custom start scenario.
Ah, yes.
That is basically what was shown in the trailer, at least the space part of the trailer, I believe.
It was a red version, though.
Yeah. Sorry, was that?
The version that you guys will play, the Asteroid Armory custom game. So when you go to new game, custom game, there'll be a new one, which is really, really cool. It's very nice. Got the latest blocks and stuff. This, what was I going to say? It's the blue version, because I actually changed. You may notice that I changed it to red for the trailer, because I actually felt like for the trailer, it's always the reds beating up the blues, the greens. So I was like, hell no, it's time for a change. The blues and the greens form an alliance, and they're going the offensive. They're chasing back the reds. So maybe you can see in the SC lore that the scenario you're playing is where the blues have reclaimed the Asteroid Armory and have repainted it. And originally this world was also a green. This was actually also a green kind of scheme industrial facility. So I kind of recolored them to be both red and changed it up a bit there. I'm actually going to show here the bullet drop. People are asking about that. So I'll just cut off this small grid and show that off here. You guys can see that.
It's probably best demonstrated if you zoom in with a camera, because it does drop like quite far away, right? So.
So much good stuff though. So much cool stuff here. I haven't even played with all of it. Like I've been doing the stuff that I needed for the trailer, but which was like a crazy task. But there's a bunch of stuff I haven't actually tried out yet, so I'm looking forward to it here. So if I come into this gun, right, here we go, and then I fire just roughly straight.
Quick question: are you playing on a server now, or is this just local single player?
This is friends. Aragaf was going to join me, but he hasn't yet.
Yeah, he just messaged me that you need to be online on Steam if he wants to join you.
I'm in friends. I'll change it to public and then for... Oh!
I don't know.
Oh, I know. He means I need to be online on Steam. Okay. Right, Aragaf, now you can join me. Sorry, man. Right, let's try that again. So there's the drop. I mean, these artillery... Look, sorry, these assault cannons are super long range, but look at this. Like, it takes so long. I kind of want to see like a ship in the distance. Fire straight. Actually, they are actually exploding there because that's the sea. Woo!
So the shells explode when they've reached their max range, essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
Which can be pretty much, quite far. I think these ones. I think if you open the build menu, you will see in the description what the range of these guns actually is.
Oh, okay.
There should be a
Sorry, what description did you say?
Just a block description of the gun.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, maximum range 1,400 meters. It travels like so. What you're seeing there in these like long range shots is 14, which is amazing still because that's still significantly further than weapons used to travel, right? So this is the second longest. Yeah. Oh, open my helmet so we can hear the guns better. You're right about that. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Let's hear this. Whoa, that's much better. It was kind of muffled before, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, big shout out to Aragath for his work on all this.
Definitely.
And of course the audio designer whose name I can't remember right now.
Dominic,
of course. Yes, that's yeah.
Yeah, we do need to do a round of thank you, I think, because there's as always, guys. I can talk. We can talk about our work and what Sander did from the production side. I can talk about the trailer and stuff, but there's a lot of work from programmers, artists, sound designers to make this whole QA. To make this whole thing come together here.
I think the whole team came together and everybody, put like a lot of effort and good work in this, and it's really amazing to see. But you know, not only people, you know, from Keen internally, but I think also a big shout out to all the modders who've, you know, given us, you know, feedback on things and who've done really cool stuff for the game in the past years that it's been out, and continue to do amazing things. So I think there's a, if I'm not mistaken, in the blog post or on the changelog somewhere, there should be a whole list of all the modders who we want to thank, and I'm not gonna try and do it off the top of my head because I'm sure I'm gonna forget people.
Yeah, and in the blog post we have a whole list of modders, and definitely thank you to them because we collaborated with the modders on this. We spoke to, you know, we were speaking with Darkstar behind Weapon Course, so we've had lots of modder and also CTG input on this as well, and. We didn't cover it so much in today's stream so far because we had a whole dedicated stream for it a couple of weeks ago. But the big thing is, guys, is the modding API is greatly improved this update for weapons, for other things as well. And the potential for mods now is crazy. Like, you're going to see some amazing mods in the coming weeks and months here. Kind of new unlocked potential with the game.
Yeah, I can't wait what's gonna happen, like what we'll see from them. It's gonna be great, I hope. I'm not just hope, I'm sure it's gonna be. So let's maybe move on to some of the other blocks that are part of like the premium content, the DLC part. We have a lot of stuff here. I think more, well, I'm not sure if it's more than any other DLC, probably not, but it is on par with you know, our usual DLC content. Yeah. At least a number of items, but I think the quality of the content here it's really something. So let's start with the Warfare Ion Thruster. This was, from a development point of view, this was actually quite a big one. It took us quite a lot of fiddling and finagling to get this right, because of course the previous Ion Thrusters had, like, you know, the same flame that we're used to. But these ones are shaped a little bit different, and so we had to basically redo the whole thruster flame effects, which I think modders will also have access to now, so that's going to be interesting what they do with it. But yeah,
I'll see if I can show this off.
Amazing.
Let me see if.
Yeah, there's the large and small grid versions. The smaller. Both the small and large grid versions, like there's a big thruster and a small thruster, and the small thruster you can sort of stack them together to make this, you know, Millennium Falcon style round, or like not round, but like a wide sort of thruster. They should fit quite together, quite nicely together.
I'm just trying to see this here. Let's just get rid of this.
Of course, the skin as well, you know, that you're showing up now. I think it's a really cool one. The woodland camouflage, but you can change the color of the skin, of course. Oh, what's happening there?
I don't know. I just dropped it here. Oh, why is it? It can't be that weak. I don't know why it's just like setting on fire. So it's okay.
You should be able to.
So it's kind of modular, like the way you can stack them, right? This is what I was talking about. So you were talking about. So if you just do like a long line like that, it actually, they all fit together seamlessly here, like so.
Yeah.
So let me actually get some. Let me get. Oh, we have a new reactor here. We have the small warfare reactor and the large warfare reactor. So like with other recent additions, you know, refinery, assembler, we have a new large reactor here, which has a kind of catwalk built in, and a fantastic model. We're going to talk more about the art in a little bit when we get Honza on, but the art team has always really stepped up and did amazing work on these models here. So that's the large. This is for small and large grid. I think, is the large one for large as well? Yep, it is. And this is the, I love the small grid one as well, because the small grid one can also be stacked. It's kind of like this interesting, like kind of cylindrical shape here. With some nice glass. You can see the rings inside there. So 2 new reactors. And here is this, now you can see the thrust. I wonder if we fire those thrusters. Oh, and the salute. Aragaf has given me, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean, there's so much to talk about. We're still at, I feel like this.
We're like halfway or something.
Okay, like Aragaf wants to play a game of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Another really fun one added. Hold on. So I'm going to salute. 1 minute. Hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, paper and paper. Okay, that's good now. Okay. Okay, Aragaf, ready? Okay. I mean, you need to do it. You need to do it at the same time, because I mean, you can't.
You need to time it.
You can't cheat. Actually, here we go. This is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it plays one of rock, paper, scissors. So you can.
We keep getting double paper. What's the chances of that?
No. What?
Quick, Aragaf. Oh, now I got scissors and he hasn't played. Okay.
Well, that is.
Okay, here we go. Come on. No! So this will be a fun one. Like, I kind of added this in the trailer, where they were kind of, it was kind of a comical pause or something like this, because they basically were playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who would get to be in the railgun and who would get the little turret. So there was I'm not sure how many people picked up on that particular storyline, but that's what I was thinking. It was like the two guys were playing to who would get to be in the big gun. So yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I saw that and I was like, that's nice. That was great.
Hold on. He's going again. Yeah, anyway, yeah. So you can have fun with that one. We got some other people here now. Let's salute these new recruits. You Drakens here. Okay, we could play. Oh, how many? I swear, it is like purely random, right? There's been so many where we've both been paper. It's crazy.
You can choose what you want to do by typing, rock, paper, or scissors.
I didn't know that. So if you do what / obviously he could see, but if I type /rock, will it do rock then? Yes.
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So you can either add the random where you don't choose and it's just like random whatever the game decides, or you can do it where like you actually choose. Okay, that is good. I see. There's another feature I didn't realize. Right, Aragav, let's go. Hold on. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I type paper. Let's see. Oh, I got him. Anyway, yeah, that's a fun thing there. So, oh man. Oh, hello. All right. Yeah, we go. Yeah.
So yeah, that's like, I mean, it's a PvP update, right? So we need a PvP emote. That's sort of the.
Yeah. I agree. I'm just going to get these thrusters to go into overdrive here so we can see the flames, because.
Right.
Because actually, you can't really see. Oh, I didn't do the big one. That's why. The big one.
Well, you're in atmosphere, right? So I'm not sure that's really going to show up too well right now.
Yeah, I know. I realized that. I just wanted to. It's true. I mean, basically, guys, there's actually 5 flames now. There's a separate flame coming out of each of these corner ones, and also out of the big one. But we also already mentioned that this can be used by modders as well now, right? So modders can now have thrusters with multiple flames in them, right?
Yep.
So that's another really cool for new custom thrusters. It's a new potential there with this change that we made.
Well, that's actually, like, technically they already could do multiple flames in each thruster, but that would be really poor for performance. There's some technical details there, but basically what we've done now is basically vastly improved the performance of thrusters with multiple flames. So that's allowed us to create these ones, and of course the modders can now also do this.
I've just put it in space and it's flying. It's got a mind of its own here. There you go. It looks much better in space. Sorry, guys. There we go. That's how it should look. Look at that. Yeah. We've got a great song coming on as well right now.
I mean, yeah, for all you Millennium Falcon enthusiasts, you can enjoy. So, moving on, I think from the thrusters and the reactor that we've seen, we also have new hangar door variations or variants. So
let me get those up.
All right, we've added 3 new hangar doors with one with like a little window you can peek through, and 2 more with like different visuals. So you can actually add some variety and interesting shapes to your hangar doors now. That should be it should be really fun to sort of spice your garages up a little bit and showcase those.
I'm racing here to get all this up here.
Oh yeah.
I also
Sorry,
wanted
I'll
to
give you some time.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Fast.
I also wanted to show because I didn't show this in the trailer actually, because it's hard to get everything in there. But this is the new reactors on small grid 2. So you can see there's the there's the small grid warfare reactors, large and small.
Yep.
An amazing detail here from the artists. Okay, and then the hangar doors. I guess I'll just change this up a little bit here. Okay, so I'll put... There's 1. Is that the window one? Yep. And then 3. Okay, so... from the start, they look kind of similar. But now... I'll use the Helm block for this. Another really cool block. Why... Something's wrong with this grid because I can't place anything. So let me just find an access panel here somewhere. Hangar doors. Here we go. All right. So yeah, we have kind of a planar one, pretty minimalistic. One with a window, which is, yeah, this will be very nice. And then one, I'm not sure what this is called, but it's, what's it called, this one? Hangar door, just hangar door 2. Okay, it's just a variant, but it has some different kind of detail on it. It's a bit like this one's smooth here. This one has kind of some more detail on the sub parts there. So
yep, just a little variation for your hangar
mix
doors.
Mix it up. It's always good.
Yeah.
So same size.
Absolutely.
So same size there.
Yep, exactly the same as the vanilla ones, just slightly different visuals.
I'm adding some of these new blocks here as well. Or the warfare battery. How about that?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, we can.
So am I skipping? I'm not following the blog post.
Well, I'm just going by the order of the blog. So if we go to the battery, fine. But then I'll have to find it.
It's okay. It's okay. Keep your order. Tell me what I'm looking at. It's all good.
Okay, so the next one up is the Warfare Rocket Launcher. That's the reskin of the small grid rocket launcher.
It's okay. I just said to Aaron, it's all good, man. We're going to go over the more details. We're just listing them and not looking at them too much here, but we're just listing them with the guys. So don't worry. We have screenshots, nice screenshots prepared as well. So anyway, so the 2 new reskins. I kind of already covered one of them briefly here. This is the reskin of the Gatling, and we have the reskin of the rocket launcher as well, which again, Miko did a really cool version for the kind of AA truck. Where is that one? I think it's over hiding somewhere. Oh, there. Oh, it's been blown up. Oh, yeah. So you can call some. Again, this is using a custom turret controller, right? So this is already using the custom turret controller to make your own kind of like not a flak, but like a missile truck, rocket truck.
Yeah, you can basically use them for whatever. But I think these rocket launchers look a little bit more, let's say, interesting than the old ones. They're a little bit more detail and fancier. I think.
Sorry, someone just blew up the back of this car.
Oh
no! Let me get on.
I see.
Like go.
Well, that.
We're still driving half a ship.
There.
Still driving half a car.
Still limping along. So yeah, the rocket launcher minigun. I mean, they look amazing, and yeah, that's they pack a good punch like the old ones. They're great. Let's see. Like, should we move? Do you still want to showcase them, or should we move on to the next thing on the list?
Yeah, sorry. So I'm just a bit distracted here because I'm getting some error messages coming up. But so carry on. What did you ask? Which do I want to showcase?
We can. Let's move on to like the Searchlight then.
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is one of the. This has been in development for the longest time. Like at least a year, we've been trying to get this to work, and we finally did it. And I think it took a lot of effort, I think, to actually work. Programmers spend quite a bit of time on this, but it's basically like a turret, but like with a light on it. So it's a spotlight that you can either use as a turret to look at other things, highlight potential enemies or targets, or actually use on your base to showcase when there's an enemy coming in, and the spotlight can illuminate them. You can of course just control it like a turret, or you can set it to turn and look around.
Yeah, because like I say, it's like you can, like a normal turret, you can choose what it looks at. If it targets enemy players, enemy grids, floating objects. So as I drive this car here, you'll see that this spotlight, it's an enemy car. So this spotlight will actually track. Both spotlights are actually tracking where I'm going here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Richie's just noticing. Wait, it tracks. That's sick. Yeah, so you can see that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest features of this, right? Like it actually tracks you. But I guess the interesting thing about this is you can basically do the same thing now with custom turrets. If you just put a regular spotlight on something and tell it to function like a turret, then it'll do the same thing.
Unless you're going to show.
Of course, you can do more stuff with it.
Hold on. Oh, it's called Searchlight, not Spotlight Turret. So here we go.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, Searchlight.
So now I'm actually controlling it here like a normal turret, and I can zoom in. Ooh, who's that there? And I'm upside down, which is fun. But wherever I go, what's that over there? So this, and you can change the settings like a normal spotlight, so you can have it be brighter or wider, can't you? I think, right?
Yeah, I believe it has the same settings as a regular
same settings.
Spotlight. Yeah.
Same settings as the regular spotlight, plus some more.
Yep.
John Wax
this
down
ties
there,
in nicely with the lighting improvements, especially if you're a PC player. You will be, I think, happy to hear that we've improved some of the graphic settings for the lighting in the game. So on maximum high-end settings, you can run with a lot more lights, and they should also behave a bit nicer than they did before. So yeah.
That's true, actually. Really cool. That's a good point. Like, you guys remember, we talked about it in some streams a while back, but you guys will know the flickering issues you've had over the years. And they're definitely, it should no longer flicker. The maximum number of lights scales depending on your lights quality setting in the graphics settings. And even when you reach the limit, there is a limit still, even on the high, like I don't know if it's 10,000 or something, it won't flicker. They'll just fade. It'll be much more subtle. Because beforehand, you'd be in a massive hallway or a massive ship, and it'd be like, and you'd be like, what the heck's going on? So it's the limits. There's a lot. You can have a lot more lights now, and even when you do reach those high limits for lights, it won't flicker. It'll be more natural, more fading. So PhilCon's confirming 4,906 is the highest number of point lights you can have. So it's so cool to see all these. Go on, man.
That's a lot of lights.
It's actually really cool because I haven't really played much multiplayer of this update yet. So it's cool to see. We got just a couple of people in here messing around, but it's just cool to see all the features and all the blocks being used and seeing these spotlights being used. Great.
I love this sort of stuff. Moving on, we have the bridge windows. Now this,
do I have it?
It's not like let's say a revolutionary thing, but I think it's a very welcome little addition to people who like making bridges of ships, but of course also other things, where the windows are, when you can look down and have windows that sort of match with that. They have a little how do you say that? Like the half block part. It's not really a half block. It's like quarter block or something. And this should fit seamlessly together with your desks and your other seats sort of type things. So you can, I'm
just building something now to show this.
Oh yeah.
This is a real quick and dirty showcase here, but there you go. So you can see it's the same height, but it's such a great feeling to you don't have to have it always now to the ground. It feels a bit more secure, right? And then it's like you're not gonna accidentally run into the glass and fall out of your spaceship. Let me see. What's it called? Is it desk? Yeah, desk here.
Yeah, desk and benches, I believe, should fit quite nicely.
Hold on. This is at the edge. I think it needs to be, well, it's still the same height here, so you can see his Aragaf building off like that. So, yeah, and another shout out to Aragaf for a lot of the kind of, he did a lot of the the conceptualization of these blocks, you know, like what we wanted to put in, because he knows the game better than anyone, and he really is an amazing builder. So he came up with a lot of the concepts for these new blocks. So you can kind of see here how the Aragaf is a wizard. That's true.
If I can just jump in really quickly, sorry to interrupt, guys. So for those of you who are asking about the Xbox update in chat, the Xbox update is live. It is currently propagating, so it's going to show up in different parts of the world in different time periods, and there is going to be some delay to it, but it is live, and we do have confirmation that users are getting the Xbox update. If you continue to have problems seeing it, please continue to post in chat, but if you feel the need to ask 20 times in a row, don't. Awesome, thanks.
All right, thank you, Aaron. So yeah, Xbox is coming soon. The passenger bench, where are we? I think that would
small
be the next
grids
on the list. Yeah, well, I think also for large grids, if I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken actually. Maybe it's only for small grids.
Anyway, it's for small grids. Small grids only here. But I'm getting the one from the trailer.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. This is like if you want to make like a a car backseat, for example, that's where you would use these things. Or like in your spaceship, if you have a like you're shown here. Yeah, it's amazing. Like a
dropship. As soon as I saw these, I was like, I need a dropship. So I just took one of Smokey's dropship. This didn't have seats originally. It was just for like carrying a car, a vehicle actually. But I kind of took this, added the light panels, which is also a new block here, and some gun racks, and these benches, and the helm here as well, which can be used to control stuff. So yeah, to kind of showcase this kind of dropship vibe.
Yep, I think well, the passenger seats are a really nice addition, and like you said, the light panel, that is one of my favorite blocks. I think also in this update, at least in the DLC part. Like previously, a lot of people were sort of doing this by putting LCDs with white textures behind, like, you know, grates or something. And that's cool, but like, that's like a complicated way to do something that you can now do with these things. So yeah, you can make your you can make a wall full of these if you put like a couple of thousand next to them. Like, how many do we have? 4,000 something. I'm sure you could make technically like a small LCD screen with that, or you know, these are individual pixels just from far away, or maybe a disco dance floor. You know,
and they have a little. Yeah, disco dance floor. Because the point is, you can still use LCDs, but these will give off more light, and you can control them better, like a normal light here. And they have this kind of, and they also have this kind of custom texture for them as well, which rather than just so you can do something like that. So they're really cool block for small grid as well. I also, one of my favorites as well. They're just, I think we're going to see a lot of these on builds, just like in roof panels and stuff. It's just it's a really cool way of doing.
Yeah, it's a really versatile block, and it's a simple thing, but it adds quite a lot, you know. So yeah, I think it's a nice addition.
It's getting it's a lot of stuff happening in this world. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to I might have to go on the hosted server in a minute. Let me just search panel. Where is the panels here? Here we go. So you can change the color as always as well. Not okay. Let's do. Hold on. So whatever you fancy. Oh, we will see some discos. I'm certain of it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
For somebody to make a script and then like follow the colors of like some BG song or something.
I can't wait to get to the heat vent. That's what
yeah. Well, there's a few more, so we'll get to that.
We're getting there.
Next one is the Helm block. So yeah, everybody who knows Star Trek or really, you know, anything. A helm block is like a standing bridge. So if you want to roleplay as Worf or something, you can now do this. It's of course not just for you know, bridges of like big ships, but also for like small forklifts or maybe some small grid, you know, fun little thing that you want to use to scoot around your base, or as you know, a control panel for like a crane or elevator or whatever. Really, it's a nice little versatile block, I think. Useful for a lot of different situations, and it looks cool. This again, in terms of development, took a little bit of effort, I believe, because the normally all our bridges, like this is just like a regular cockpit, they are seated animations. So for this one, we had to sort of come up with a different thing where the player is actually standing. So that actually was more complicated than it may sound, but it was, once again, I think people pulled through and made something really awesome.
There we go. I'm just quickly, I'm sending these two worlds to Climb to host on a server because I'm encoding as well. Like, I was recording these worlds and they weren't causing performance issues, but because I'm hosting and streaming and everything, I'm getting encoding overloaded messages, which is why it's appearing a little bit frame droppy. It shouldn't be like that. So I'm giving the files to Climb so I can just not be the host here. Yeah, so carry on then, man. A really nice block, though.
Yeah, the Helm, I think it's super nice. It's like so versatile. There's so many cool things you can do with this. I think as you saw in the trailer, I think there were like 3 or 4 different places where you use this, and it works really well, I think. Yeah, like for small grids, for large grids, of course, as well, you know, like role-playing Star Trek bridges or something. But yeah, it's great.
We're going to see some great designs with this, I'm certain of it.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Like, there's gonna be so much cool stuff showing up on the forums and on like social media and stuff in the coming weeks. I'm looking forward to all that. So next up is the Warfare Battery.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's
look at this chonker.
Yeah, it's so cool. Like, it's such a it's a nice modern looking block. It's cool. I'm sure Hans at Trauske will say a few more words about this. I don't want to go into too much detail. I mean, functionally, it is exactly like the battery. You know, it's just a cosmetic change, but it looks cool. So, you know, there you go. I think it's pretty great. And maybe.
Okay, go
well, this is, you know, I'm just watching the stream and I'm a few seconds behind, but I noticed like all these reflections now, and this is something I don't think we had maybe a year ago. It didn't really look like that, and now we've got all these cool reflections of everything, and I think that's just so cool. Everything just the lighting is so cool now. Yeah, it's
definitely. I mean,
so
it's changed a lot over the years. That is true. Aragap's teasing with a hen.
Yeah, so the heat vent, that's
it's time, chat.
The cool little, it's time for the heat vent.
What could this be? Oh, it's gone.
To be completely clear, I'm going to be upfront with this. This is purely cosmetic. All right, so there is no heat mechanic. I'm sure maybe a modder will come up with something, but this is purely cosmetic. What it does is it responds to the power draw of your grid. So when your grid is drawing full power, the heat vents open. When your grid is drawing no power, the heat vents are closed. And of course, you can like modify the settings in your in the control panel and stuff. So you can change the color, you can change how much things open with how much power draw, and you can sort of customize it. But yeah, basically what it does is it shows you how much power you're using. So yeah, and I think this one was this one was teased at some point. I've seen people speculate about this block for so much. Like, there was so much going on with like, oh, what is that? Is this just a light block behind some grids or something? Like, what? But no, this is a.
I'm trying to get this up
cool
here.
Block.
I'm trying to show that. Oh, where'd it go? Did someone delete my? Oh, where is that? I'm trying to show it here. Why is it not coming up? Ion. Where is? Where are you? Where are you? There it is. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, you can have these blocks, small and large grid, and you can change the power efficiency. So maybe it only pulls a little bit. Let me actually get this on my toolbar here. Right, heat vents. I need to join the server in a second here. So now I have a group called heat vents, and I can increase just to show this here. So if I bring this. There you go. So that's like full power usage, and then they'll close and there's not much power usage. what's cool about these is that I can actually change the colors as well, both minimal load and also, well, let's have one like white then, and then maximum load. So you can get some real party stuff going on here. Let's just do this one that way. Let's keep that one as that, and then let's have this other one like, I don't know, like this color for no power, and then we'll go like pink or something. There we go. Yep. So now, and then when I switch them off, you can see it switches to that like low power mode. So it's time to have a disco. I think with the new light panels and the heat vents, you can have like, you know, I don't know.
So functionally, these are quite similar, I would say, to the exhaust block, you know, which produces smoke or a flame effect. It's purely cosmetic, but it's a cool effect that just makes things, you know, feel a bit nicer and look nicer, and it's, yeah, I think it's really cool.
They're in the trailer on the ships, but it's a very subtle thing, you know. Like this is about it. Like for example, this is not the best example use of it. Like it's when you have a ship. And then when you thrust forward, the heat vents will open, so they'll throb like this. This is I'm just showing two states, open or closed. But actually, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, you know when you charge a railgun, for example, or when you use a jump drive, you know, you gotta recharge that with it costs a lot of power to recharge. So there's your heat vent.
I'm gonna join a server so we can get a better. Okay, there's a. Yeah, so if you guys want to find, there's a server of 16 players right now. It's Star System. Oh, it's Survival? No, that's not it. No, it's 64-player server. It's called Warfare Green Arrives Showcase server on Steam. So feel free to join that if you would like to. Just it'll be much better performance, and we can have a little bit of fun there. So,
all right. I think we've got only one block left to talk about, and that is the sliding hatch door.
Yes, I will get this up in just a second.
So yeah, I'll wait for you to join. Basically, I think I can say a couple of things. There is a small grid version and a large grid version. So you know, again, more doors for small grid. I think that's an often requested thing by many people. You know, to add some variety to your you know, smaller grids. And this thing, you know, it looks armored. It's like it feels like it's really, you know, you're walking into a vault or like a bank or something, you know, or maybe there's you have some special secret nuclear missile hidden behind it or whatever. So there's a lot of cool situations where you can use this thing. Yeah, I think it's a really cool block.
Oh, I think the server just got killed. Maybe too many people joining there.
I may have misspoken and said this thing may not actually be for small grid. I may have been mistaken on that.
I don't think it is for small grid.
There is two versions of it though. Like there's two variations for the large grid of this block. That's what it is. There is no small grid version.
I'm gonna leave the floor with you for just one moment here, man. So I'm just gonna bring up the block list. I'll be back in just a second, okay? Just keep going for it, and I'll when I get back, I'll try and get on the server again. Just need to sort something.
Yeah, no worries. So let's see. Yeah, about the sliding hatch door. Well, there's not much more to say about it. It's a cool door that slides open. It's pretty powerful. Or powerful. It's a good looking door, I would say. And then moving on, finally, we have the woodland camo skin. Well, we've seen this on the stream. It's you can see it in the background here. It's a nice little camo skin that you can change the color of. We of course had the digital camo before, and now we have a sort of more natural looking camouflage. So yeah, you can change the color to basically whatever you want. Yeah, you can make some nice looking military stuff. We also have the Sharkmouth helmet skin, which fitting for like a sort of combat update. Of course, you need a Sharkmouth on your things. So now you have a Sharkmouth on your helmet. I don't know if it's eating your face or are you eating somebody else's face? Who knows? Let's see, what else do we have? The emotes, of course, the rock, paper, scissors one and the salute. I think we've seen them in the trailer and on the stream already. I think Arigath was playing some rock, paper, scissors with Joel here, and you know, it's a nice, fun PvP emote. So just to sort of clarify on this, if you play the rock, paper, scissors emote, it will play a random animation of either rock, papers, or scissors. So, you know, you can sort of truly randomly, you know, win or lose, or you can, you know, try to beat the other and be smarter than them and, you know, figure out what they're going to use. And then, you know, just type rock, paper, or scissors, and then you will use that animation and, you know, you can try to best your opponent. True story, I once came second in a local rock, paper, scissors competition. And of course, finally, yeah, the salute, which is, you know, to show your friends and enemies that you're here and ready for battle. And I think we've pretty much covered everything here. Maybe there's a few more things we can go over briefly. Maybe there's some community questions we can ask. So yeah, let's see.
No, yeah, we're going to definitely get to some community questions here. You just see. Well, the only thing is,
yeah, I see there's. Sorry, you go on.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We just want to. We're going to address more questions in general at the end of the stream, just because I know that Honza's waiting in the wings here. So, but definitely, there's some.
Okay, yeah.
There's definitely some questions that maybe if you want to that you want to address specifically, to maybe pick some ones that are really important.
Yeah, I saw just one by, who was this? Look, Toast Terrific, I believe. By the way, the custom controller, why can't we use 2 rotors? Why are there only 1 elevation option? So yeah, so the way it works, like you can use 2 rotors, of course, but one is to rotate, you know, horizontally, and one is for elevation to rotate vertically. So I'm not sure what using 2 rotors there would accomplish for you. But yeah, you can use one for elevation and one for azimuth, as it's called. So yeah, that's how you use it. You can also use hinges, so you don't necessarily need to use you know, both rotors. In fact, you can actually only use one. So even if you you know, you can do something with only an elevation or only azimuth rotation. So you don't necessarily need to have 2 of the same, like 2 axes.
Okay, I'm back in a game.
2 for elevation, for instance. Yeah, I'm not sure what the people are actually meaning by that, but maybe we can if you have some great suggestions, we can figure that out later. But yeah, let's move on to I think. Where are we going? I think Hansa Trauske.
Yeah, Hansa's gonna speak. Yeah, gonna speak to us about the art here.
Cool.
But thank you so much. Honestly, Sander, it's been awesome, man, and you've done so much work for this update. And I'm sure you're going to now enjoy seeing players' reactions and seeing what they do, all the blocks. I'm sure we didn't cover everything. I'm sure there was some of the quality of life, some other little things here and there. I recommend checking out the changelog, guys, for the full list of features, bug fixes, and improvements. You know, because there is an awful lot in there, really. So yeah,
I'm sure we'll see more of them.
And excited for the future, because then obviously Marek teased a couple of things that we're looking at and working on. With the next update being a community update. What I mean by that is like looking at things that the community have specifically asked for, or feedback related to that. So definitely can't see it too much now, but it's going to be a community feedback focused update. Yeah. And more things beyond that, but we won't touch any more on that for now.
Yeah, there's so much stuff I could say, but like, nope, I need to stop talking now, because otherwise I'm gonna say too much. All right,
thanks so much, man. Thank you, and see you next time.
Yeah,
thanks, Sander.
See you next time.
Bye.
Cool. Bye.
Okay, guys. So we are now going to get on Hans Trauske to talk about the the art behind these awesome blocks and this awesome update here. I just, for fun here, this is, oh, you can't see it. This was a fun little kind of passenger thing that Miko also made for me here, showing off a different use of the helm. And you can see there the small grid searchlight as well. So that's that's actually a lot of new blocks. There's the light panels there, there's the seats, there's the small grid warfare reactors there. So great for making these little like transportation carts. There's another version over here carrying the new weapons. So that's something fun. Who's in this with me? Okay, the server's back up now. So I'll rejoin the server and get in Honza, and then yeah, we'll get to your questions. I know there's so many questions in the chat, and I haven't managed to look at them yet because we've just been trying to showcase everything. So we'll get to them, I promise. Right, Honza, let's find you. And moment. Oh, you might. Oh, okay. Let's just see. Ultra. You might want to, let me just see here. You may want to, I can resize you. I can resize you here. It's just your very,
okay.
Hold on. I got you. There we go. Hey, that's a more reasonable size. There we go.
Okay.
How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. This is not your first time, I think, on a Keen stream, but it's been a while now.
Hello. I don't know. I think it might be actually first stream, or the previous might have been just very short. Yeah. So hello everyone. Maybe let me take the opportunity also to thank everyone who participated on this Warfare 2 update. It was really fun, and I must admit we were really hyped when we discovered that we get to work on guns, because it's always fun to do some guns. And yeah, so thank you everyone, designers, programmers, testers, especially for all the work. I mean, like, especially for everyone. Also to the testing group, which provided us with a great feedback, and we were able to do some changes based on that. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said earlier, like, there's a huge amount of work goes into this, and also just like number of people who all work on this update to make this whole thing fit together from the start of production to the end. It's a lot of people and a lot of hard work. So yeah, big shout outs to the entire team for this. But man, the art in this update, it's our art team keeps finding new ways to push themselves, and blocks get better and better and better. So I think we're going to go through some screenshots right in a moment here.
Yeah.
Be prepared. We can talk about them.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I must say, like, I think our team now grew up a little bit. We got some new artists, and yeah, I believe we are in a really good shape, and I love all the work the team does. So good job, artists. And yeah, maybe let's go through the screenshots.
Okay, I'm just going to leave my character in the reactor room here. This is the new warfare reactor in the asteroid armory.
I love that one, to be honest. And it goes very well with the graded catwalks and all the graded stairs, so that's really a nice thing. It was Vladimir Vdovin creating this one, so good job, Vladimir. And what I like about it is that we have like two variants. We have the large grid large variant and the large grid small variant. And if you take a look at the small one and at the large one, they kind of like fit together
on the side. Yeah.
It's you can see on the large one there is the piece, which is basically just the small one.
Let me get this here. Yeah. So if you here's the small one, and the small one is almost like just kind of slid into the larger one there to make this huge. So we don't often see such a like even other reactors, they look quite different, so it's cool to see this. It's cool to see this this kind of work here. Awesome stuff. I tell you what we'll do. Let's go through the concept art first for the blocks from Mike. I think that makes more sense, starting from concept, and then we'll go to the...
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I think you pretty much covered a lot of the art already, but maybe let me say, because this is kind of new, or not entirely new, but we in the Warfare 2 we used concept art much more than we used to before, and on the picture you can see some of the concepts from our very talented guy Mike Hamlet, and it ensures that like all the models, even from new artists, and everyone looks in the same style, and they look amazing. Just it was so easy to model the guns and everything based on Mike concept. So
yeah,
big shout out to Mike
to take these guns and then just to make them the real thing. So you know he concepted the,
you can see there are even some iterations.
Yeah.
This is, for example, the iteration we made for the medium static version of the gun. It's the assault turret static.
Oh, this one here.
And yeah. And you can see this was not like in the update because we had to make some prototypes and variants, and the black and white one is the one which actually got to the game.
It's really nice, yeah. From the concept, like this was the concept, but the end version looked almost identical to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, just flicking through some here. We have the thrusters, which you said took a while to get right, but you can see how the small and the large variants can make some really cool combinations here. They match in that theme as well.
Yeah, this was fun to work and like see the process of how it was being drawn and created, and I think it was really well designed in the first place. So the thrusters are modular, and you can like combine them and create these Millennium Falcon kind of ships. And yeah, I really love the concepts and the outcome from Vladimir Vdovin, what he made out of it.
Amazing, really, really amazing stuff. Oh no, what's this? This is the battery, I think. Oh, this I haven't shown this. This is, I think this is the battery, but I haven't actually shown the small grid warfare battery yet, I think. But yeah, maybe
that's actually also just a prototype concept, also to portray that usually we just do more concepts. We don't go with the first one we create, and then based on the look we decide what fits best to the game. And in this case, the one on the left was selected and put to the game. And again, you can see it's pretty detailed and looks almost the same as the
final
thing
version
we have in the game. Yeah. Of course, the models are always slightly different because we add just more details, and sometimes we see that something might fit better in the end. So there are slight modifications.
I was like, and finally we have the turret control block, and it's amazing seeing these because this was concepted, but the final version looks like identical to this. It's so great how the guys just took that.
Yeah, the artist did really good job on this, like being true to the concept.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, Kenzo. I mean, I think one of the first comments questions I've addressed. So all the weapons are free. You know, all the weapons and new weapon types and this turret control block. This is all part of the free update here. So there were the concepts. So great work there from Mike. Now let's have a look at some of the finished blocks. Klein, you might want to put the server just to the Asteroid Armory, the new scenario. Like, I think my filming worlds, this is what I'm using for those files. I think they probably are corrupt. They probably have a load of shenanigans in there. So maybe best just to host a clean world, you know? Okay. So we've got some great screenshots here. We're going to just talk about and highlight some of the stuff, because also Hans's team also did the particle effects as well. So you might want to touch on that as well. But let me just bring up the free. So these are the free screenshots. Here we go. You can probably you can see them on stream, right? So you see the ones.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stream. But
Okay,
it's
great.
Slightly
Yeah,
delayed, so give me some time because I'm not sure what you are looking at. Right. So this is, I believe, to show the turret control block in the action. You
Custom
can
turrets.
See it. Yeah, custom turrets. You can see it on the top of the ship as part of the hinge where Miko did all of these screenshots, and he did an amazing job.
That's so cool, actually.
These autocannons, static autocannons to make it work, and yeah, it looks amazing. I love especially the amount of the bullets flying from the ship. Looks epic when you have ship battles like this.
And we're gonna see a bunch of them.
The part of the update is also a lot of new particles, so you can see maybe even here on the small autocannon that there are some new type of smokes, but even the projectiles have new particles, and the impacts, especially for example when you have the large artillery hitting some grid, you can see some big impacts and ricochet. How's it pronounced?
Yeah, ricochet.
Correctly? Yeah. Ricochet. Yeah, so that looks really good.
And no, I mean, yeah, and also someone said in the chat, this really cool ship designs. Actually, Aragaf sent me this ship to use in the trailer, but at that point I was already had so much going on. I unfortunately wasn't able to use it, but this would have been a really, really cool addition actually to the red team. But actually, Aragaf's the smaller red ships in the trailer are Aragaf ships actually, and I think possibly the smaller ones, the smaller blue ships as well, are Aragaf. So, but this was one of those newer ones, the custom turrets, and I didn't get around to including them, but they're really great, and I'm glad they're in the screenshots here. Apparently it's on the workshop as well, maybe on Aragaf's workshop. Yeah, some people are finding out some of the bug fixes. So guys, there's been a bunch of bug fixes, and hopefully some of the ones you've been waiting for, like this hydrogen bug. There's been a hydrogen bug for a long time, and that one is finally fixed. So that's good. And there's also one about sensors I'm seeing. So definitely, if you've been waiting for a bug to be fixed, do check out that changelog because we really addressed some of the major ones that people have been having problems with. Okay, so we have a lot of screenshots to get through. So let's pick this up here. The next one, another great screenshot of the some of these ground vehicles with the assault cannon on the back. And actually, I used these trucks in the trailer because the idea was that the green team had the next gen, the cool tanks and stuff, where the red team, they were had rusty old builds. They weren't in the best condition, and they just had to scramble to get these ready for the fight. So I used these rusty trucks with the guns in the back of them. But yeah, great screenshot and great. Yeah.
And I, to be honest, first time when I tried, because I get my hands on this track, and I tried to fire it, and I was amazed by the how is it this forces. Recoil. Yeah. And yeah, this is the gun which was shown on the concept, and you can see it's pretty much really truly following the concept. And it looks amazing, and I can imagine this on top of tanks. It will look great on tanks and stuff like that.
Oh yes. Let's have a look. We have another ground battle up next. There's another one. Again, more of the things that I use. This
was by one of our newest artists.
Oh, really?
Cool!
So it's amazing.
Big shout out to him because he get to know our process so fast and made all the new blocks really fast. So
look at those trenches there. I love those trenches reinforced by the armor plates, and then. And even I love the old vehicle. I forget the name of it now. It's Aragaf's big truck. It's got massive railguns on this land tank, on this this land base almost. This is crazy. Look at that. So yeah, I'm so hyped to see what players make with all these new weapons and new blocks.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, on this screenshot.
Oh, sorry, I'm going back. Sorry. Go on.
This is I'm actually not sure if you skipped or not.
No,
I still see the one with the assault turret mounted on the on the trailer. And yeah, that I think this is one of my favorite small guns, like this turret. And it was also done by one of our new artists, Felix Ostwald, so big shout out to him as well. And yeah, it's based on Mike Hamlet's concept and looks absolutely amazing, and it's quite deadly as well.
Yeah. Oh yes. So the next screenshot I have is in space, showing that epic railgun firing away. And I know the particles for this as well went through some iterations. Like the first teaser, the effect was quite weaker, but you guys strengthened up that particle effect for the railgun quite a bit, actually, didn't you?
Yeah, because at the beginning we tried to make it more or less realistic. So like in real world, there are already some type of railguns, and when it fires, it doesn't make much particle effects. There are some sparks usually, stuff like that, but it just doesn't pop up in Space Engineers. So we decided to go with something more flashy and
sci-fi.
something. Yeah. And since this is probably the biggest gun we have in the game, we wanted to make it really like pop out and be nice and flashy.
Like, when this fires, you don't want to miss this firing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's also like very deadly, right? It penetrates your ship like nothing.
And this is another thing that we discussed briefly, but it wasn't clear in the trailer, but the fact is the penetration power of this railgun is amazing. Like, it's not an explosive round. Like, it doesn't cause, if you have a sheet of armor, it will just go through it. There won't be any explosion. The explosions that you're seeing in the videos and stuff are from it hitting tanks and storage with ammunition, because now we have a new feature that like tanks and gas tanks and cargo containers with ammunition and jump drives, I think they already were, but they will explode now. So if you hit one of these kind of critical things, and because of the penetration power, it will just go right through the armor and hit those systems. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. I haven't actually tested it myself. I'm looking forward to seeing how deep the penetration power is. Like, if we get like a cube of heavy armor, how many layers of armor will it go through? I actually haven't tested that, so that will be something you guys will have to find out.
I actually tested it.
Oh, you did?
It's quite a lot. I don't know the exact number, but the hole was like massive.
Nice.
And I think it's important also to say that even though it's so deadly, it's like you cannot fire it 1, 2, 3 fire. There is some reload time and also some power consumption. Maybe you have more information about it, because I don't know the exact numbers, but like it's really limited, and I think it's really well balanced. So also good job, designers.
Mm-hmm. We're coming in now to some of the other blocks and into this kind of showroom, and we have the new artillery. This is the first shot showing the artillery turret and the artillery, just the standalone. As well as the turret control block and the ammunition, the rounds, those huge shells, which is a new component block, new component item. So, yeah, awesome looking stuff.
Like the ammunition looks amazing, in my opinion. It's just a shame that it's not gonna be very visible. Usually, because you need to spawn it or see it somewhere.
It's true.
And it just doesn't play on the ground normally, even though it's such a nice block. And yeah, I really love especially the artillery turret. It looks amazing. It looks so deadly. I wouldn't want to get hit by that.
Me neither. Yeah. Next up, we have the assault cannon, both the large grid, the small grid, and the small grid static variants. You can see it on the left there. You can see a custom turret using those assault cannon. These are the perfect ones for tanks and stuff, and it's a similar looking round, but the round is a bit smaller and doesn't have as many like stripes on it to differentiate there. But it's
yeah.
So
I interrupted.
Oh, that's fine, mate. Go ahead. No, it's good. It's sometimes hard with this online stuff. So, any more comments? Yeah, if you have any more comments on this one.
Well, probably just all of these were also done by our new artists, so I'm just really proud of them for making it this fast and this nice.
It's really great. And then finally we have, this is the autocannon for small grid only. We have the autocannon turret and the autocannon static, which again can be used to make your own weapons. It can be added to fighters and stuff. So these are the kind of, well, there's actually kind of 4 classes of weapons. You have the artillery, the assault cannons, autocannons, and railgun, and the existing Gatlings and rockets. But the new one,
I think the autocannon was the thing which was missing in the game, because I really love this like pop 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 shooting.
It's not too It's carry on, man. It's fine. Carry on.
No, that was just what I wanted to say.
It's just the fact that this, like, the Gatling is more like, whereas the artilleries are much like, the artillery takes, I think, 13 seconds to reload. The artillery turrets, roughly, when I timed it. But these ones, not as fast as the Gatling. It's more like a tuk 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 tuk. But when you combine them and you can offset it, and it can be really like this kind of AA vibe going on. So pretty cool. And again, some nice, a nice new component for the ammunition for that, and these little kind of boxes there as well.
Yeah. Too bad that they are not very visible.
Wow, I love. Oh man, that railgun, that railgun shot is amazing, with the sabos. Is that right? Sabos. I think I learned that earlier. So really, again, really cool model and really cool, component, even though you won't see them that often.
Yeah, it's huge. Like
it's massive.
I believe it's 8 by 2 by 1,
8 by 2,
if I'm not mistaken. There, but it's really massive gun.
Yeah, 8 by 2. It is too high. Yeah.
And I must say, I love the like inside part and the before you shoot, the loading of the gun. Like you can really see that something is gonna happen, and you need to get away as fast as you can.
The build up, right? The electrical, exactly. The electrical build up. It's like, and you're like, oh no! If that's coming for you, you're like out of there.
Exactly.
We have the turret control block for both small and large grids. Again, you saw the concepts. It's almost identical to the concepts, but it's looking awesome in its final form. And as with the rest of our blocks of LCD, those LCD screens can be customized, so you can put Gunner 1, Gunner 2. You can put whatever you want on those LCD screens as well there. And this is all free stuff, guys. All the stuff from this first slideshow here, this is all the free content, including all these weapons you've seen. So this is the free content picture showcase here. And
I must say I'm really hyped about this turret control block and its functionality.
For sure. Like, again, definitely having those weapons that you can just add and use really instantly with low effort is good and nice. But as it's an engineering game and players are always creating crazy stuff, giving them the ability to easily set up turrets that just work, and they can use the AI targeting and all the rest of it. It's really awesome. So that's actually one of the definitely seeing what the community makes as custom turrets now. I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, and also as a noob engineer, I was always having troubles making the creation where you have for example, a rover with a drill on it, and I was always failing. And I think with this block, it's gonna be much more easier to make some custom drills and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, because it's not. It can also be used for other purposes as well. That's also true. Yeah, for sure. It's called turret control, but you can actually use it for other purposes, more peaceful purposes maybe. And now we just got some battle shots, I think. Some cool battle shots. This was in Marek's blog a couple weeks back, I think. So you got those cool blocks, custom turrets there, fight in the background. Just flick through some of these. Really cool screenshots. Another one, the blue ship, blue fighter squadron. You got the asteroid armory in the background. Actually, it's quite a big difference here. You can see these are 2 ships here. This ship has the new ion thrusters warfare, and this has the classic. So it's kind of cool to see, because I've been used to looking at these thrusters from making the video, but actually going back to the original thrusters, it's really nice to see that difference in style. Like they don't.
Yeah.
It's not like they clash. It's just like a different style, different vibe. So you can just choose now if you want to have this more like sci-fi sleek look, or this more kind of classic round industrial looking thrusters. So that's cool to see that there actually.
Yeah, and as you said, it's a different style a little bit. Also, the flames are a little bit different, but maybe like the old vanilla thrusters fit more into this like more industrial type of style, to this rusty kind of ships, and this new type of thrusters, they are perfect for creating more futuristic stuff and more sci-fi.
Definitely. Hey, Blurry, there's a lot of Easter eggs in that trailer, or little nods. I'm not sure how much people picked up from it, but I'll talk about that later. I think we're going to get through all the update stuff first. And finally, from the free pictures, we just have another nice shot here of these new, the artillery turret and the assault cannon turret there, with some epic space battle happening in the background here. And as it comes,
amazing screenshot.
Yeah, great stuff. It's really great. And I think when it comes to, this is where we've seen some amazing weapon mods, right? We talked about it in the stream a couple of weeks back. The weapon core community, awesome stuff. I've spent a lot of time over there in the last year, and yeah, it's really like what modders can do with the new modding API changes is really exciting. And I think some people might have some thoughts about the kind of visual style of the fights. And you'll notice that, at least in vanilla, right now, it's not too like lasers and stuff like this, and kind of plasma cannons. I think at some point, the slight decision was to kind of keep this kind of more ballistic, dare I say, BSG Expanse kind of vibes. Rather than kind of pew lasers and stuff. That's not that. I mean, I love also lasers and that style of things, and the mods using that can be even more epic now, I think. This was just, I think I saw a couple of comments about this saying, oh, no, none of this, and it was just kind of an artistic direction, at least for now. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. I mean, I don't know. Tell me in the chat. Do you like this kind of more like epic explosions, ballistics, or are you missing those kind of like I don't know? Would you missing those beautiful like bright colored lines? I'm curious, honestly. I mean, I think it's subjective. We all have our own preferences to how battles look, but I honestly still think this looks really, really amazing. And I'm definitely a big BSG fan, so this is up my alley. I mean, lasers are real and they're used right now. They can shoot down drones and stuff, and I'm sure in the future they'll also be even more prevalent. But I think the kind of sci-fi lasers, Star Wars and stuff, it's there's not so much grounding in reality, which we try to have in Space Engineers. There are some exceptions, that we have for gameplay reasons mainly, but it's always try to be somewhat grounded in reality. So yeah, absolutely. We try to keep the Space Engineers still in like not so distant future, and I think the railgun might be actually the most futuristic stuff we have currently in the game. Maybe I'm mistaken, but yeah, the railgun probably.
But other than that, like, we still try to keep everything look realistic.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean. We'll get to technicalities. Okay, so next up is the DLC, the Warfare 2 Broadside pack pictures to show off some of the kind of cool cosmetic things that are in that. Just out of curiosity, it's been I don't know how long it's been now. It's been 2 hours maybe since you released the update. Let me know in the chat now, 07s, if you have picked up the Warfare 2 pack, either on Steam or Xbox. I'm curious how many people have decided to pick up that latest DLC.
And really quickly, I'm just going to hop in again. We're aware of the delay. We're aware of the delay with the deployment on Xbox, and we are actively working to resolve it. So our apologies for any delay on that. We are working on it right now. Yeah,
it's not as ideal, but Xbox peeps, you will get this update as soon as possible, and I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, but the team are working hard to resolve that situation. Okay, so let's have a look. A lot of people, a lot of 07s, really lots of people. That's great to see. Let's have a look at these blocks. The first one up, we have the camo, the kind of woodland camo design. And yeah, nice picture here of that. Anything to add on that one, Hansa?
I love this picture as well.
Nice ships, Marek.
Yeah, whenever you have new guns, you need new camo, right? If you want to fight, you need to be able to hide yourself.
Yep. We have, there we go, the one on the ground in a more. That's great. I love that. I didn't actually use the camo much in the trailer until the green assault on the facility actually, but this is awesome.
Yeah, it works quite well in the nature with this green color.
Yeah, it didn't actually work so well. Like, I should have probably used like a desert camo or something in the trailer, but yeah, when you actually use it in this kind of forest greener area, this is perfect.
There are just guns floating. I don't see the rest.
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, yeah, brilliant. There we go. It's a floating rocket launcher. Awesome picture there. And yeah, you can play around with this quite a bit with the like you sometimes have to play around with the saturation as well as the intensity as well to get this to look the way you want it to, because obviously there's multiple colors within. This was adjusted as well. Like, I remember the first version of it, it was quite you probably remember, Hansa, the first version of this, it was kind of undersaturated. It was quite like it was quite pale, so you had to kind of
some modifications so it's able to like go from full white colors to full black colors.
Yeah.
And like also the saturation and stuff. And yes, always when you have multiple colors on the skin, it's sometimes a little bit more work because you need to fiddle around and find the proper values. But it turned out to be really good looking in the end, and I'm really happy about this skin.
For sure, man. Guys, I see, again, so many questions in the chat. We're going to get to your questions very soon. We're going to have a good section for Q&A. I can see Kienata's waving a massive page, a huge page of notes that he's been picked. So he's been reading the chat. He's been looking at your points and questions and feedback and concerns, whatever they might be. And we're going to address everything. So please, I know it's been a 3-hour stream already, but we're going to have a whole Q&A section in a second to address anything that may come up. And I mean, especially as we're going through this, I think going through it can sometimes answer some of those questions. But okay, so more DLC images here. We have the next one. This is showcasing the emotes, the rock, paper, scissors, and the salute. Some fun ones there.
Yeah, those are my favorites, especially the rock, paper, scissors.
It's great.
Yeah, I love when the astronauts actually finish with the rock, paper, scissors. They look at each other.
Like,
it's in your trailer and it looks like, oh, okay, what are we gonna do now?
Now the funny thing is about that, in the trailer, I didn't actually plan there to be a musical pause. It was supposed to, it was just kind of continuous and stuff in the kind of placeholder music. But Carol, when he was composing the music for that trailer, he kind of just had this pause. And at the start of it, I was like, it felt a bit weird. I was like, wait, the music just stops. But then later on, it kind of grew on me because everything's going on. Then it just kind of like cuts out. These guys are playing it and they're like, and then it carries on. Like, in the end, it kind of worked out, I think. But
it fits perfectly there.
Oh, this also shows the shark helmet as well. I don't think there's a picture of that individually, but that features here as well. So
yeah, it looks very dangerous. And again, when you want to fight, you need to look badass, right?
Exactly. I mean, some of these you've got a mix of soldier skins and so on. So it's pretty cool here. Great screenshots again from the guys. Next up, the new hangar doors. 3 new hangar door variants. We have hangar door, Warfare hangar door 1, Warfare hangar door 2, and Warfare hangar door window. So there's a couple. We have like a smooth one, one with some more detail, and a one with a window on the bottom, which obviously is my favorite. It's very, very useful. This also showcases the light panels, but you may have some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I believe like till now we had only the one type of hangar door, which are in quite like like predefined style, and we just wanted to add more options to the players to build more types of bases. And I believe with like these three combinations, you can create like a lot of new builds and a lot of new variants.
No,
and also like there is this like very smooth one and the like more detailed one, and when you combine them nicely, so they like if you combine a lot of the smooth one and then you put some additional details, it usually looks like very good.
For sure, man. It's more and more options here. Let me just see. A second. Okay, 1 second. Okay, great. Yeah, that's good. Next up, we have the sliding hatch, which I didn't show in game yet. Actually, I was building up to it, but I didn't get around to it yet. This is the it's a 2x1 door, and this was, mainly so that the sliding bit wouldn't just go into nothing. It would actually be kind of realistic, that it would actually slide into another section. But this block can be used in any angle. You could have this going up, down, left, right, and so on, right? So, you can have the 2x1 being, the other bit being in the roof or the floor. So it's still only kind of, it didn't actually make that much difference, because you'd probably, most of the time, have a door block on top of an armor block or something like that. So it's not actually that much of a problem to use this 2x1 door. But it's a super satisfying feeling. It actually opens a little slower than other doors, I think, which might be annoying for some people, but it gives it kind of a bit more of like this really heavy duty vibe, kind of, blast doors, whatever you want to call it. So there's two variants of this as well, isn't there? There's the one that fits, with the half block like this and the full block one.
Yeah. And also, I believe this is the first large grid door which doesn't have two wings and it goes like just to the side. We have, till now, we have this only on a small grid, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, we kind of missed this type of doors on large grid, and now we have it, and you can orient it in any way, as you said, which is, in my opinion, great, because it makes you 4 new types of doors, basically.
Yeah. Lots and lots of options. I really like this one. This is one of the first ones to be teased as well. Great screenshot. Like, I love this. Like, you can see underneath there's this passageway and there's some guy walking down like the maintenance tunnels here. That's awesome. Actually, we're
Miko
kind of
always does really nice like screenshots with a brilliant atmosphere. Love the lighting and the sparks from the astronaut in the background. Yeah, it looks amazing.
Yeah, talking of like lighting and atmosphere, look at this. This is awesome. This is using the new heat vents. Oh man, the heat vents, just like, because obviously the heat vents give off light, right? And you can choose the color of the light they give off, both in their low power mode and in their high power mode. So having these lights appearing from the vents, and you have the warfare. No, I think that is the heat. That might be. Is that the warfare battery? I think that might be more heat vents there as well.
No. That's heat vents.
Facing the back of them, I think. At the back of the.
Sorry, sorry. That might be actually the battery. Yeah. No. I think I think that's also the heat vent.
Just the back of it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And what I love absolutely about the heat vent is that you can create these type of interiors where, like, you can simulate that there is some light outside. Like there is some. It looks almost like a window.
Yeah.
And that's a trick which is done in real life as well, like in some deep tunnels, or like some excavation sites or somewhere where people work, and you want them to feel good in the environment and not to be like deep down underground. And I got the exact feeling from these heat vents. Like it looks like there is some environment outside, and like you can just go through the doors and you will be outside, even though you can be just 50 meters under the ground.
I'm just so happy with, like, this looks so good. Like this kind of, obviously because the blocks are new, but it is amazing now, thanks to the new blocks and the new skins and everything, over the last couple of years, just how varied interiors can look. I really remember like 3-4 years ago, most station and ship interiors looked pretty similar, right? You had the same interior wall, the same armor, maybe some nice lighting with the blocks, with the lighting plays a big part, but I think the skin system and the lighting and some of these new interior based blocks have allowed for so much creativity. Like it's crazy seeing this almost looks like a different game. If you hadn't saw the engineers
absolutely.
there, it's starting to look like it could be something different. It's really, really cool. So going through, we have more to look at here. This is the Helm block, standing desk or control block. Really, really cool. I love this.
Yeah.
Who made this one?
This one was actually made by me.
Ah, there you go. Very nice work, man.
Thank you. And just like another type of cockpit, even though it's not entirely cockpit, but it enables to create some new creations like you've seen in the hangar created by Mikko.
The little like things going around. It's so
like
cool,
that.
Cool. So that's that. There we go. I didn't actually have that in the trailer. Like I had these things dashing around the place with the intention to pick people up, but I didn't actually have a shot of them carrying people. I missed out there, but it's a really interesting, fun use of these the new passenger benches and the new helms here. So
yeah, like that very much. Reminds me of this airport vehicles.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Massive. They're so high off the ground as well. Damn.
Yeah.
Good clearance. Okay.
And you can also see the bench block here quite well.
Passenger bench.
Yeah. Passenger bench. Yeah. That will be amazing for aircrafts and astronauts sitting there as parachutes and stuff like that.
Drop ships.
This was created by Honza Glomich. Amazing job on the
really
bench.
Nice. Really nice. The light panels. I think Santa said it was one of his favorite blocks. They also have that's what's cool about a lot of our blocks. The new ones, they have nice sides as well. So let me just flick back here. So this is the side of the heat vent, but you could now use this for a new interior to change the vibe. It doesn't have to be used as a heat vent. The same with these light panels. The back of these light panels has a unique and a different look to it. So you can put them in different places to give a room or a ship a different feel. So that's what I really... With this block, you could have just had like a plain back. Nothing. Literally just nothing. Just bare, material. But the fact that it has this interesting pattern and like a danger symbol, it's really cool that it can be used in multiple ways like that. And I'm glad that we've continued that pattern of having creating multiple uses for blocks. And not just like naturally, because we always had that, but in the way we design blocks now, I think we're often thinking, okay, let's have this looking cool here so that it can also, with that in mind, So, yeah.
Exactly. It's always nice to see players using all the sides of the blocks and creating these amazing creations. Sometimes ourselves are amazed by the creations, like we didn't even plan to do some stuff, and the blocks are not to be meant in the way we designed them, but players find some ways to use them and make them look nice in the environment.
It's true, because there's I'm sure sometimes not more effort, but I imagine that some of the blocks, more work goes into the not main the not main side. Maybe probably like this, like the front of it is rather simple. It's got a cool kind of like LED text on the front, but probably here I imagine maybe the back actually had more work, and you wouldn't. So there's been a lot of passion and work has gone into all the sides, even if it's not like the main side, right? So it's good that players will be using these and appreciating these for different uses. Got there in the end.
Yeah. But I also love this block, even though it's super simple. It's just a plain plain light, in my opinion, it gives you a lot of options, and similar options as the heat vent, as I talked about, these interiors and stuff like that. It's just a different type of light which we didn't have for a long time.
Players wanted it though, for sure. Next up, we have more pictures of the, I think just in general pictures. This is the passenger bench. This one's raised up. They've got quite off the ground because I used a similar vibe, but I think I had the benches on the ground here, but they're raised up here using those beam blocks as well from Heavy Industry. Very nice. Looks like the guy there on the right
is combination.
Guy there on the right is giving the hyping up the soldiers, giving the mission briefing maybe.
Yeah, I think it looks like inside of some plane or some vehicle.
I used the same dropship in the trailer
to be deployed. Yeah.
Next up, oh yes, we got the warfare reactor. I'm going to ask you guys in a minute what your favorite block is from this update. It could be one of the free weapons. It could be one of the DLC. So get thinking. I'm going to ask you guys in a second here. So this is we already kind of touched on this, I think, when you first joined, the fact that, you know, this small large grid reactor is actually embedded in the large grid reactor, which is a nice touch there. We're kind of keeping the trend with these matching catwalk blocks as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love this this reactor. It looks like the details on it and the like areas for iRest. It looks amazing, and what I like about it is that it looks both industrial and sci-fi. And as I told before, it can be nicely connected to various of blocks like catwalks and other types of stairs. And yeah, it looks amazing.
It's really great.
It was done by Vladimir Vdovin, our very talented artist.
Yeah, amazing. Ah, yes, the Searchlight block. Searchlight block, also a fun one. And when you guys first jump into the game and see one of these searchlights like tracking you, or tracking you or tracking your ship, it's not creepy, but I don't know. It's kind of creepy, but also kind of like, it just feels really cool when you're walking around and this is like tracking wherever you're walking. So yeah, and this is a fun block. And who made this one?
This one was actually done by Radek Stepan. I think he was mentioned in some of the previous updates as well. He was working for Škoda before, and yeah, really talented guy. He was also working on this exhaust and the
coming from like car
wheels, these off-road wheels.
Off-road wheels, yeah.
In the previous updates, so yeah, I really like the design of this light.
It's cool, isn't it, to have? I remember that actually, like the fact that he designed the off-road wheels. It's cool having someone coming from the kind of automotive industry, coming and then working on games and stuff, and taking some of those skills and those kind of ideas and inspiration and putting it into a game like that. It's really awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay, we've just got, I think, not so many pictures left now, guys. We have all the reactors again, and there's a bunch of new. You got the light panels on the roof. I mean, I don't even know. I lose track of some of these blocks. Like there's a block on the wall here. I don't know what that is. I've forgotten. It's another block used, like another. Maybe is it? No, I don't know. I've forgotten. That's what it's getting to the point. There's so many blocks now, and there's so many blocks that can be used in different ways.
I'm not sure. I cannot recognize.
Passageway.
I believe this is passageway.
Yeah, it's the top. It's the roof of the passageway blocks. But I looked at it and was like, it took me. Didn't hit me.
It's exactly as we talked a minute ago. It's just a way how players use the blocks, which, like, we didn't. It was not their main purpose at the beginning, and players usually find some nice ways to decorate interiors and exteriors of their creations, and yeah, I love it.
Okay, let's see what else we have here. Oh yes, so these are strictly reskins. They're new versions of. So they have the same stats as the base game versions, just a new style. We have the tri-barrel Gatling and fancier looking rocket launcher there with some incredible detail and shine and stuff going on. So, and you saw these in the trailers as well. Yeah. So these are, not any different stats, just a different look for your builds.
Yeah. And I like the one with the camera at the back. The Gatling gun looks like a character raising arms at something. And
yeah, kind of. You're right. Yeah, it does a little bit. Awesome stuff. I love, man. I'm seeing some of these screenshots for the first time, and it's amazing to see the screenshots, but also the hard work and the art that's gone into this, like in these environments. It's awesome. We have the Warfare Battery, another awesome looking block. Many different sides, like different styles on the sides. You can see here you've got, I guess, what would be the front. I'm not sure what technically is this probably is the front. You've got the front, the sides, the top, and the bottom here. But even the bottom, it's a new wall. You can put this unique batteries on your ships quite often. So instead of using an interior wall or some other block, if you're going for a compact build but you need batteries, the bottom of the battery now looks like a new wall type. I know we keep coming back to this point of multi-purpose, but I just love that each side of this battery block has had a lot of love put into it, when it's been designed.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that all these sides looks a little bit different. So yeah, basically a little bit like a new interior block.
Yeah.
If you don't think about the lights there, like even with the lights, it's amazing. And I really like the details and all the cables and electricity.
And who was this made by?
This was done by Honza Golmic.
Honza Golmic, super job. Let's have a look. How many more? Oh, we got some. Okay, so here we have the Warfare Ion, and oh man, you know what? I'm glad I don't have to. I'm not going to answer. I don't think I could say, guys, what my favorite block is, because in between obviously Daka, the guns, amazing guns. I don't actually know. It would be really hard for me to say a favorite block, because we just get onto this, and the new vibe that these ions give off it's awesome. Really cool work. And it was we went from it earlier. It was a great concept from Mike Hamlet, and then going. This was Vladimir again, I think, right? Did this one?
Yeah, Vladimir was making this one. And the great thing about this block is that you can stack them in different orientations, and it will always look good.
Yeah.
If you take the large, for example, and put some small types on the sides, you can make it look amazing from whatever side you put the small ones. And yeah, it's gonna be great to see these on the new types of ships and new player creations.
Some more pictures there. Oh, for small grid as well. Yeah, I haven't. They were on the grids. They were in the trailer on the small grids, but there was so much chaos in that trailer. It was definitely hard to see all the stuff sometimes. But yeah, they look great on the small grid as well there. So
and here you can see the combinations. You can have the large grid oriented vertically or horizontally. It will still look good.
Also, we talked about it earlier, I think with Sander, that this had some new tech in the sense that this has multiple flames. So this large one has 5 different flames. It's got the one in the middle and these 4 smaller ones, which also means that modders can now create thrusters that have multiple flames kind of coming from them. So really excited to see what modders will do with that new functionality as well.
Yeah, exactly. We had to modify the flames a little bit because originally it was causing some troubles with the performance, and it was damaging more blocks than it should have.
I can imagine.
And so some code changes were done for it, and now it's just perfect.
We have the bridge windows here, and also, every block is. I keep saying, "Oh, this is a nice block." They're all nice blocks, combined with the helm there as well. And again, definitely gives you that more secure feeling, and you're not going to accidentally sometimes, depending on the lighting, it can sometimes be hard to see where you're entrances are or where the glass is. I won't get into that again, but still, this is a nice way that you can run into the desk and you know you're not going to have a fear of running out of an entrance, a surprise entrance or gap. So just really cool looking blocks. 2 variants. You got the corner variant and the straight variant there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I think it looks great even if you like flip it vertically and have the glass on the bottom, and you can make some interesting looking cockpits, for example, or something like that. I
haven't seen that yet. I actually haven't seen these bridge windows orientate in a different way other than the standard way. So I'm curious to see that on the side. Who knows? Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. And I think that might be the end. Yeah, that is the end of the pictures, guys. So we've gone through all the blocks now, both with Sander and now with Honza here. So I'm going to ask you guys in the chats out there, which is your favorite block? Can be in the free or the premium side of the update, but I'm really curious. It's going to be a hard choice, I'm sure, but just gut feeling, what do you love the most? What is going to change your life? Put it like that. Turret control. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. See, I knew it. It's funny because we were looking at these weapons. I forget how soon the turret control block was came into an idea, but it's somehow knew that the players would appreciate creating their own turrets, whatever they want. You know, if anything more than manual, like kind of pre-built turrets. So yeah, what else we got here? Railgun. Batteries, iron thrusters, some different ones. There is a reactor. Love the reactor. Windowed hangar doors, bridge window. Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some favorites out there, but man, it's a lot of blocks in this update. I mean, looking back on, obviously we had more time on this update, but looking back on recent updates, this is definitely one of the biggest updates we've ever released.
I believe so, block-wise, definitely.
And I think bug fix-wise as well. It's been a long time coming, but a lot of work to get it to where it is. Fantastic. And Honza here, is there any kind of other things you'd like to kind of point out or shout out, or anything we missed?
I think we went through everything, so maybe just let me thank to the art team. I think you did amazing job on this, and yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to the art team, because so much of it is you see this visual stuff, but like we said earlier, everyone plays a part in this. The programmers changing that code where needed and fixing them bugs. We had, the designers kind of just, because often the designers are coming up with the functions of how the block will look and the size dimensions and stuff, and then it gets concepted. So there's a whole obviously process there, and it wouldn't be what it is without QA getting out those pesky bugs. And a lot of bugs fixed. The QA went overboard here with the bug fixing. They really is so much great work there. So yeah, awesome stuff. And thank you so much, Honza. It's been great having you on, and I'm sure we'll have you on the stream again in the near future. So thank you so much, man.
Thank you too, and thank you for having me.
Awesome. Have a good night. Bye, man.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna get the green screen as well. Okay, guys. Woo! I am so exhausted now after all this excitement. Just gonna get that chroma key good for. That chroma key's good. It's question time, Q&A time, guys. So if you've been waiting for the last 3 hours for your question to be answered, we're going to do it right now. Let's see. Let's welcome to the stage Kienata. Hey, man.
Hello.
How you doing?
Quite good. Quite good.
How's it been behind the scenes? Like, I have to admit, normally I'm pretty good at following chat, but I've barely got to read chat tonight. I glance across at it, see what's the general vibe, how things are going, but there's just been so much to cover, so much to talk about and showcase. Like, I'm so out of it, So now is the time to look at the chat and see what's up, what's been going down. And you're here to help me because I know you've got a long list of stuff written out that you've been finding out here.
We have all kinds of crazy stuff to go through. First, Ball and Chain Gaming wanted to say epic job on the video. So there you go on
Thank
that.
you.
They thought you did a super good job. So we can mark that one off. Next, we're gonna do a real quick. You're probably gonna end up playing like the awards ceremony music for me as I go through this list because it's a little long.
I'm gonna join this.
Do a quick thank you. Go ahead.
Just quickly, Climb. Can you? I'm going to join the server again now in the background here, try and have some more fun. I haven't got the right password though, so let me know password. I think the password's just there because we were having some crashes earlier. Because of my worlds had some problems in, I think, because they had some shenanigans left over. Oh, I already tried that. Oh, I got caps lock on. That's why. Sorry. Yeah. Carry on now. Go ahead, man. Sorry, I just wanted to get that done.
Okay.
Question time. Or points time.
Really quickly, we're going to go through and talk about a bunch of community members that we collaborated with, people that we just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to. Darkstar, JTerp, Jakaria, AWG, Ninja Pirate, Mexpex, Occam, Climb, Math0424, Whiplash 141, Don Delium, I'm not sure I'm saying that right, Meridius 9, and Gwendolmere. And very quickly, we're going to jump immediately from saying thank you to them because you're amazing. Oki, if you don't know the name Oki, Occam is an old school mod maker, made a bunch of guns, and the Oki weapon pack got circulated over and over and over again, and people kept making new versions of it. Which Darkstar, said Darkstar Sierra. Darkstar.
Let me see. You got a Darkstar here? Yeah, I mean, and we definitely, all these modders, I didn't have the list to hand. It's in the blog post. Marek has got all those names, those epic people. Oh my goodness. That thing is picking up that huge ship, sorry. In the blog post. But thanks, Aaron, for kind of actually making sure we get all those names shouted out because they played a massive part, in giving us feedback and helping us out here. It's been really great to work closely with the modders and also make sure that they will have the tools and the changes to the modding API that will help them make even more epic mods. So yeah.
To Karendry,
cool.
Not Krieg or Clockwork or Spacebar, the list of modders that we try and talk to and work with routinely is enormous, and I can't say everyone on the workshop here, so we just have to pick a few people and go with that. We also, to a number of questions, a lot of people said, does this mean Weapon Core is dead? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. Weapon Core is just fine. Darkstar is the author of Weapon Core, and we worked very closely with Darkstar on this. And we actually, if you read the blog post, there is a quote in there from Darkstar about collaborating with us and working together on this stuff. So, and
it will enable, because those of you guys who know about Weapon Core, it's a framework for weapon mods, and there is many different types of weapons that are not in the vanilla, and that's both styles and functionality. And Weapon Core still allows you to kind of tailor your dream experience in terms of the types of weapons, the styles and stuff, to do exactly what you want, and while having some additional functionality. And again, this update will actually allow Weapon Core to get even more awesome features because of the changes that have been made to the modding API from working with Darkstar, with our programmers and stuff. So actually, it's not all like, it's important to improve the vanilla game, but it's also important that we improve the tools available to our community and to our modders so they can make even more epic stuff and experiment and go crazy with all those epic mods. I'm losing my train of thoughts here. So the main thing is that it will benefit them. So yeah, that was my ramble.
Awesome. Okay, so continuing on.
It's damaged.
We have a quote in the blog from Darkstar about the process of working with us, and I was so absolutely pleased with it that I thought I'd share it with all of you today. Myself and the rest of the Weapon Core team are really looking forward to this update. We're excited to see Space Engineers take the game's competitive elements to the next level and see strong alignment with the Weapon Core framework. We're also very excited to leverage all of the new mod API features in the coming weeks and months. And these awesome relationships that we've got to have with these content creators, we're hoping to continue this and push this to the next level and really continue to work hand in hand with all of our content creators. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work with all of them, and we hope we get to do more. Next, some random questions. Star Driver, is the light effect the same on the back of the heat vent as it is on the front? No, it is not. The light should be like an area light. It should come from the front of the heat vent and not show out the back. I'm
just seeing people already look at this. Oh my goodness. That's terrifying. I see the community's already hard at work mounting these weapons in glorious ways here. There's a huge custom turret railgun. It didn't take long for that to happen. Wow, that's epic. Sorry, carry on. Just couldn't resist reacting to that.
So we had one question about actual concrete. We have a concrete skin in the game, but no actual concrete. But that's one of those things we're always thinking about. If you wanted to put up your suggestions on the support portal, we love feedback for that. So we always have lots of suggestions during the segment. So
yeah,
I'll throw up a link to the support portal here in just a moment. And if you have feedback or suggestions, we'd love to have them. We actually just recently changed our feedback system. So we're trying to make sure that if you've got an idea and oh my goodness, Rotal, you're the best. If you've got a shield mod time, we'll talk about shields in just a minute. If you've got suggestions that you'd like to get up on the support portal, we'd like to really get through them and process them quicker. So shields are a complicated topic. The reason shields are a complicated topic is because for every person that would like to see shields in Space Engineers, I can find someone who doesn't think it's a good fit for Space Engineers, someone who doesn't want it to be part of the base game. So with a really contentious topic like that, we're always open to feedback. We're always open to you jumping on the support portal and talking to us about what you think. Yeah, absolutely. First thing I see in there is no shields, but yeah, we see yes shields. It's one of those really complicated topics, and I'm sure it does sound like an awesome idea to just throw shields in the game and have them, but there's plenty of really good arguments against it. So. Right. We have a number of bug reports. Again, the feedback and support portal, just head on over there and drop some information off for us. Let us know what the issue is. Shields for days, no shields. Exactly. Really quickly, I wanted to thank our shadow group that supports us, the closed testing group. We don't make the membership public, but we can definitely acknowledge the hard work and time and energy and the feedback that they put in to helping make this build and this update possible. You really contribute a lot, and we really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Randomly tagging me at all hours. I really appreciate it. Just some clarity. What did I miss?
No, I'm just laughing, looking at this custom turret, and it's nodded at me. So this is Aragaf's custom. This is Aragaf's custom turret here, and look at this turret, guys. I don't know how this is amazing. Seeing it built inside this huge hinge. So he's basically connected a small grid hinge to the inside of a large grid hinge, which has allowed them to create like a 3-block wide custom turret inside that hinge, which looks amazing. So you could kit this out with assault cannons or with a small grid railgun as well. So it's a really cool example showing how these custom turrets can be built. Yeah, just carry on.
It's Aragath though. It's Aragath. What do you expect? Of course he made something awesome. That's just how he rolls. So really quickly, I just want to add some stuff. If you're talking to someone about what's in this pack and you're telling them how awesome it is, many times there seems to be this confusion about what is paid DLC and what is free. So I just wanted to very quickly talk about some free things. All of the guns, free. The target reticle and the entire targeting system, free. Bullet drop, free. Ammo explosions, free. Turret control block, free. So all of these things are free. You absolutely do not have to pay for them at all. They're just part of the update. And over 200 bug fixes, also free. Yeah. Right, most of what you're gonna see, I guess there's 2 gun skins, rocket launcher and the Gatling gun, and those 2 gun skins are part of the DLC, but yeah. Where do I vote for shields? On our support portal. There's a number of conversations going around the topic of shields. So if you use this search feature on the support portal, you can figure out which conversation best fits your idea. I would challenge you though, if you're into the idea of shields, I would challenge you, please consider, do you mean Star Trek force fields? Do you mean Star Wars force fields? Do you mean like a Babylon 5 force field? What kind of Dune force fields? What kind of force field? It becomes far more complicated when you start to get into the nuance. So tell us all of that stuff. Include all that information. We'd love to. Love to take a look at it. Okay. If you target lock something, so I have a bunch of turrets on my ship, and I'm in my pilot seat, and I target lock something. Once I target lock it, my weapons will be able to fire up to their maximum effective range at that target, and they will track that target once it's been locked. And that should provide some clarity on that specific question. And just in case you haven't had the opportunity, that question is also covered in our combat guide, which you can find right here.
Yeah, that's also worth pointing out, people who haven't read through. We actually launched the combat guide a couple of weeks ago, even 3 weeks ago. I forgot, I lost track now. So if you want to understand how all the new systems, the tracking, the subsystem targeting, all the new mechanics, have a quick read for the combat guide, and that will actually bring you up to speed really quick. I'm just going to grab a quick drink, so I want to leave you guys just for a moment here in the capable hands of Kienata to continue. There's lots of stuff to go through still, so I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, good stuff. Keep it coming, man. It's good. Getting through those points.
We look up to you. All right. Okay, just one more time. We're aware that some Xbox users are having difficulty updating, and we are actively working on this. I'm literally watching a chat window right now where they're discussing it. We're going to make sure that the update goes out to everybody. A person who exists, I see you. Be able to create our own AI RC blocks like the ones on the drones. So there is a whole range of possibility that's being assessed and reviewed as far as AI/NPC stuff is concerned. And I cannot get into any details on that because, like I said, it's still being reviewed. But please know that this is something that we're looking at very carefully and something that we'd like to investigate further. Do you have any thoughts about adding guided missiles? Right now, we want to see what everyone does with what they have, but I wouldn't discount anything. My thoughts on guided missiles are the classic 80s/90s anime, like ammo swarm, the missile swarm out of a mecha. If you know what I'm talking about, you love it. It's, I would love to see that in Space Engineers, but this is the kind of thing where we need to continue to look at it as we move forward and see what we have time for. Any changes made to help counter hydromanning? Hydromanning's an interesting one. So if you're not familiar with this is one of these topics that we cover from time to time, and it's absolutely something that we're also currently investigating. The Space Engineers Backpack allows you a lot of freedom during building and construction and doing a whole host of things. Mining, especially if you decide to just go dig straight down like many do. But the problem is sometimes that that can offer a disproportionate advantage in combat, especially just just one engineer with a grinder. I'm sure we've all experienced that in a multiplayer game. So it's the kind of thing we're reviewing right now. We're definitely aware of it. We're definitely aware of the term Hydra manning and the impact it has on play. So 1x1 landing wheels. We have all kinds of Gundam. Yes, Gundam. We have all kinds of different variants of things like that we're always looking at. Is there a damage chart for the new weapons? I don't believe we have a damage chart up yet, but I can take that and add that to my notes. That's a cool idea. I also think one of our community members put one up on Reddit, so you'll probably be able to find something there. Please leak something about NPCs unintentionally, of course. I can tell you that it's a cool idea and that we're super into good ideas like that. We just don't have anything actionable right now. Right. We have a couple of things that people have already brought up as bugs. If you run into any bugs, it is so critically important. Whiplash141 made a Reddit post. Thank you. Oh, Alfie. Thank you so much, Alfie. We'll copy that over and throw that on YouTube. So there's a Reddit post up with those values, and we can formalize that. That's really no problem at all. Thank you, Whiplash, for making the post, and Alfie for bringing that up. Speaking of Alfie, and a whole host of other people, Rotal, who's in chat today, Gwendolmere, who's in chat today, also some of my Discord moderators, Raven, Mandy Drew, SE Modder, oh my goodness, there's so many. Dan2D3D, wish you've ever been on the Steam forums, you're familiar. Toad Ritter, and a whole host of other people. Thank you, everyone, to our volunteer staff. You're amazing. If you're interacting with our volunteer staff, our server administrators or our moderation team, please remember that these are volunteers. They're doing this because they care about the community and they want to help out. If you need to yell at someone, come after me. Leave my poor volunteers alone. Okay, so I swear I heard Joel come back. Not. What? When are you gonna? Oh. Unfortunately, servers automatically go back to their starting position after tracking. Oh, I see what you mean. So you're talking about if a turret, if you used it and fired it, that it would automatically go back to its starting position after it had finished firing. That's an interesting idea, but I would remind you that turret tracking speed is something that you're going to have to start taking into account. Well done, Defending. Yeah, turret tracking speed is something you're going to have to take into account. If you have a really big turret and you want it to go back to its original position after it fires on a super distant target, you may run into a serious problem when another fast-moving target comes back, and now the turret needs to slowly try and track that object again. I would suggest play with all of these new turrets and try and determine how best to use them. It's going to be interesting. I'm yelling at you for something I don't know. You're welcome to. Are you going to update planets? You haven't updated planets since 2015. We have, but perhaps you haven't noticed. We've updated the vegetation, some of the voxel textures. We've done a few things, updated the lighting on planets, but there is more that we want to do. And like many things, it's just a matter of budgeting more time. So. All right, other questions, fire off more questions. I will answer more questions. We get the ability, and if you tag me, it's super helpful. Makes it much easier to read it in the Zooming chat. More GPS location suggestions, those are excellent. What considerations have you taken in terms of balance of the new weapons? So new scenarios coming soonish, yeah. So specifically as far as balance is concerned, one of the classic tools in game design for balancing things is called a weight system. If you can shoot something farther away, that's more valuable than if you have a shorter range. If your weapon does more damage, that's more valuable than if your weapon does less damage. So using things like weight systems, we've done first pass on balance. But I would say that we're very open to the idea of continuing to zero in on better balance on the weapons. So please, if you have feedback on, I don't think this is powerful enough, or it's too powerful, it tracks too slow, whatever, we want that feedback so that we can take that into account. Does a railgun have recoil? Yes. Gyroscopes and programmable blocks with more than one attachment point. Is that because when your gyroscopes break off your ship, they bang around and destroy everything? If so, I know where you're coming from, and that is something we've talked about. I can't even read that one. Artillery shells affected by gravity, so you can indirect fire. Yes, to some degree. There is bullet drop. While using the turret block, if you exit while moving, the velocity gets set and will rotate non-stop. That kind of sounds like a bug. If you make a support ticket for it, we can review it and take a look at it for sure. Jetpack inhibitor field. That's an interesting one. Non-rotor VTOL thrusters win. Well, I would just say, welcome back.
If I missed anything other than this ship that I was following is gone.
Yeah, we're gabbing, hanging out with my friends, gabbing. You know how it is.
Yeah, I couldn't decide between a celebratory beer or some more tea. But actually, I'm so tired. I picked the tea. I'll celebrate. I'll have celebratory beer tomorrow.
Well, I would, to the question,
Whoa.
can we use the turret control block for welding and mining? Yes, you absolutely can, and that's one of the things that I got really excited about it.
Oh my god!
Strand Beast. Yeah, buddy.
This is terrifying. We're featuring with assault cannons on it. Oh my! I gotta climb up here. The commander of this.
Tank tracks, that's something that comes up often and something that, of course, we've taken a look at. It's a cool idea.
Where's aggressive? There's charge. Here we go. Oh, it didn't work very well.
So decoys mimic subsystems. If you check the combat guide, we have a full breakdown on the changes we made to decoys. But essentially, decoys become less effective based on the number of similar systems that are near them. So, yeah, if you read the combat guide, you can get a full breakdown on how the new decoys work and a better sense of how they're going to function, given the fact that you can now do subsystem targeting.
Again, I feel like it's still possible that we haven't shown everything or talked about everything, you know? We've been streaming now for like nearly 4 hours. I feel like there's still some some small details with these new functionality, with this new stuff that we haven't gone over, but maybe we have. I don't know. It's been a blast this stream.
Any Xbox users that are out there hanging out, watching the stream, if you received an update, and would you please just confirm for me, throw it up in chat, give me an 07 or whatever you would like. VTOL thrusters without rotors will exist. I need to know. I don't, that's not something we have any plans for at this time, but it would be cool. Yes.
Nice.
Change the weight timer blocks.
Oh yes, I found the. Oh, it's not.
There should not be any changes with timer blocks. If you run into an issue with timer blocks, please report it so that we can take a look at it. I'd appreciate that. Guess.
Why are you not working?
The Snow Owl, a server-side setting that sets the camera's raycast speed so scripters can make faster LiDAR maps. I mean, that's a really specific high-level request, but it is interesting. So that would be awesome on the support portal. Subgrid projections are not something we have plans on looking at right now. It is something we're aware of.
It's a big one. Just remember, guys, that earlier today we if you missed the start of the stream, I recommend going back and watching the start of the first 25 minutes with Marek, because Marek actually talks about some of the future plans. And I think if you guys who are there will probably confirm that some of the stuff that we talked about is big for the community long term. Like the next update coming or planned after this is going to be a community feedback focused update, looking at things long term, things that players have requested, and seeing what we can add, seeing what we can do. So it's early stages now. What are we? And this is only just this update's only just come out, so it's too early to say. But
are you watching YouTube chat?
No, I'm not actually. Hold on.
Hold on. Last Stand Gamers comment. It's gonna scroll away pretty quick if you want to read it. I
got it. Aaron throwing shade at me. I'm actually. Look, I can shoot just fine. I just can't fly very well. Let's get that corrected here.
Okay, really quickly, Unafraid, thank you for the update. It looks like more players are getting the Xbox update now.
That's good.
In the next 30 or 40 minutes, most people should probably receive it. If you're still running into trouble, please let us know. We really do want to make sure everybody gets a chance to play today. Can I repeat some of what Marek said about the next update? Specifically, the next thing he talked about working on was a community feedback-driven update, where I mean, I don't really have any more details than that, other than probably going through this the feedback portal, popular topics, things that community members have been asking for a long period of time, and then trying to organize all of that into some form of, like, you know, grab bag update, something we can just say, hey, you wanted one of these, we made you one. But unfortunately, Marek's going to have more details than me at this point. Full-size air pressurizer blocks. Robert Kingswood, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Does the Spotlight block track ore on mining ships? The Spotlight block will track a mining ship. It has the same tracking options as a turret.
I was reading some when I was out the room. I was reading some comments on the video. Some people noticing some of the homages to older trailers and some of the older builds and stuff. It was really cool to see people noticing some of the subtle things that I put in there. Now my question is, guys, I kind of want to do a contest on this, but maybe, let me think. I tell you what, let me think. I'm tempted to do a giveaway for the first person.
First person, this is going to be mess.
Yeah, hold on.
Go. Also, I just wanted to note that I did see a request for the new Blue Ship blueprint. We don't have anything up right now. We will make that available. I also saw requests for the worlds, some of the worlds that were being played on. We are working on a better system of providing all of those updates and stuff for you, just to make sure that you're able to get to that stuff easier. So, sorry, Joel, please.
No, this is fine. It's fine. Salvage Code says they love me, but please let you answer questions. So I will let Kienata continue to answer questions here.
we have a lot. I asked everyone to tag me. They were gracious enough to comply and tag me, and I just haven't been able to get to everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about. There's a lot of questions
really here. There's a reason we're still going after 4 hours. We can do it. I have a problem with my game. I can't decrease the distance of blocks in build mode. Control, nothing is happening. That sounds like a bug. Please go ahead and jump on the support portal. I'd really appreciate it. We need to hear about all of your bugs. If you have an issue, one of the issues that sometimes happens in game development is a number of community members will know about a bug and assume that since their group knows about the bug, the developers know about the bug. If you don't tell us, we might not know. Please tell us. We want to know because we want to fix it. Okay. 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Oh, I see. Number of battery types and stuff. These are excellent suggestions. Anti-personnel mines, excellent suggestions. Let's see what else we got here. Bind.
I'm seeing absolute crazy weapon spam. Seeing some ships with a ridiculous amount of weapons. Look at this. This ship is destroying everything with those autocannons.
I was told I can give a spoiler, but I don't give spoilers. But I know someone who does. A good friend of mine, Xocliw, gives spoilers. So
let me think. What have I got?
Well, it was sent to me. Sander, if you want to send that one over to Xocliw, he's welcome to share it. I'm not sharing any spoilers.
Oh, I will happily spoil. Spoil the fun.
All right. Well, it's just a great example of what's on the way. It's a good example.
Someone asked me to show Lethal out to look at the left-hand side of the helm. I think I saw something that I haven't spotted before. Is this what you're talking about? Ahoy, SC. Yeah, I always wondered sometimes about. There are sometimes some hidden messages in these in the keyboards in Space Engineers.
Great. I am getting confirmations across the board that Xbox is now downloading correctly. If anyone is still running into a problem with that, please let us know. We'll be happy to help you out.
Okay, so I got a spoiler then. I'm going to say it, am I?
Yeah, you dive in.
Spoiler time.
This is an example of the kinds of things that we'd like to do for the next update.
Yeah, so for this community feedback focus update, yeah, that's a good point. This is a good example for that, but I don't think how to reveal this. I'll just say it.
T-junction conveyor.
Was that I don't know. Was that too much? Too much?
Super
cringe?
over the top, but
still,
great.
yeah. But at least this will give you the idea, right? So, yeah.
So that's
finally. But this is just nothing is confirmed yet. We've only just we're getting warfare out the oven here. But obviously
Yeah, exactly.
plans are in process and stuff. So this was a great update, but because the next update will be focused on community feedback requests, it could be like one of those the best received, because it's just all those. It could even be smaller things or many smaller things, but just quality of life, or something like a conveyor which has been wanted for different reasons, so.
Right. Could a script aim a vanilla turret block? Yes, absolutely it could. Absolutely. Vanilla air blocks are 1/2 size. A full-sized air vent conveyor block would be excellent. There's actually a really interesting mod on the workshop that is an air vent on one side and conveyors on all the other side. Very cool. Is there ever been the thought of making... I need to read these and then say them out loud. Someone's going to get me at some point. Back, we'll see. So I'm seeing a lot of good suggestions here, but not necessarily questions about any of this stuff. So if you have questions about this, maybe stuff that you didn't feel was clear enough in our combat guide, or something that you feel like we should spend more time covering right now while we're still available, I would love to answer those. If you have suggestions, I would love those suggestions to go on this feedback portal. And the diggiest dog, if ammunition can explode in containers, does that mean mega nukes are back? There is a limit to what you could pack in a container, but I would say that sounds like an awesome thing to experiment with and see just how big of a explosion you can create. Yes, terraforming would be very cool. That's an excellent suggestion. Tell us more about ammo exploding. I believe it's ammo and hydrogen tanks. Ammo cargo container, I shoot it, it goes boom. Hydrogen tank full of hydrogen, I shoot it, it goes boom. Fun thing to experiment with. I'm really interested to see. One of the things I always enjoyed with early Space Engineers was PMWs, player-made weapons. So I'm really interested to see where these two things, this new feature and player ingenuity, meet each other. It's going to be fun. So
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's again, there was a lot of discussion about the railgun being OP or being crazy explosive, but it was just I think just because it was the railgun was hitting these exploding components. So actually, I've mentioned it a couple of times now, but the railgun has ridiculous like penetration power. I'm not sure if anyone has tested how many heavy armor and light armor blocks it will go through, but it's mainly because it can go through deep through a ship, it can cut through a couple layers of armor and then hit the components inside, like the tanks or whatever. Those tanks or the jump drive. I think in the trailer, when you see the first blue ship fire, and then there's a big explosion, that's because the blue guys take out the jump drive. I did that for 2 reasons in the trailer. A, it's dramatic, some Michael Bay stuff, explosions, but also it makes sense because it stops the guys took out the jump drive so they can't run away, you know? Stops their jumping ability.
Bandit V1, and I love seeing that good luck, have fun badge on your Twitch name there. Thank you for doing that. To your question, are ammo and hydrogen explosions based on size of the container or a fixed value? The hydrogen explosions are based on the percentage full, and the ammo explosions are based on what's in the container and how full the container is. Okay, more. Any plans on any EMP weapons? This goes back to awesome suggestions. That gun is insane. What am I looking at?
I don't know, honestly. I'm not sure what I'm looking at either, but it's working.
Oh, wow. Yeah, buddy. More DACA. Okay. Perhaps everything is maybe the next update should focus on quality of life.
Well, that's about that.
Okay.
That's
interesting.
Well, that's what we've already kind of hinted at, I think.
Any plans to? I think the speed limit is important to custom missiles. Do you mean for player-made weapons, perhaps? If you mean for modded weapons, projectiles should be able to have higher speed limits than they were traditionally able to, given the changes we've made.
So I'm going to shoot down that annoying fighter. I'm going to hide somewhere. Getting my AA.
Stuart Owen, so to your specific question, will the current NPCs have these new weapons? No, not yet. We haven't made any changes to the NPCs, so if you'd like to snipe them from a distance for a little while, they're going to be easy pickings. Will we get galaxies or extra solar systems, multiple solar systems? Awesome suggestion, support portal. Is a reticle supposed to compensate for gravity? So this is just the first pass with how the aim prediction is working, and we're going to spend more time refining it. You talked about the railgun's penetrating power. Can you shoot? Okay, so just an example.
Aragav told me that it shoots through 20 layers of light armor and 4 layers of heavy, I think. I need to scroll up. I think he said that. Let me just scroll up here. I'm gonna get destroyed though. Yeah, 3 heavy armor. I'm dead. 3 heavy armor cubes and 20 light armor cubes.
This may have been answered ages ago. Any plans on adding an oxidizer for thrusters? I'm not sure what you mean by that. There's like a layer of obscurity that you typically want to do in game design so that we don't have to get into extra detail. Like the inside of that bell-shaped rocket engine would probably be some kind of ablative material to keep the outside of the shell cool, and that would ultimately just destroy the rocket engine after one use, or maybe 2 or 3 uses. So to some degree, you want to say it works. We'll get as realistic as we can without making it a burden. And there are so many questions popping up. I apologize. If you don't know, we currently have Twitch, YouTube, and Steam going, and we have questions coming up on all 3. So I will grab some questions out of each one. And
come on, trick shot. Let's go. Nah, come on. Oh man, sorry. I'm having so much fun here. I'm finally getting to play the update because I've been so just completely in my own world in the trailer worlds. I haven't actually had much time just to experiment. I did at the start when I was coming up with some stuff, but
well, you've definitely had your nose to grindstone for the past week or 2, so I get that. Can passenger seats have a toolbar? Interesting. Big, gigantic 7x7 and 9x9 wheels. Again, excellent suggestions. Grappling hooks and harpoon gun. Excellent suggestions. And these are things that we would like to see on the support portal. The big thing is you have this idea that you think's amazing and you want in Space Engineers, get it on the support portal, get anyone you can to vote for it for you, and get those votes on it so that we can assess it and get a good look at it.
Regarding balance, like the guys obviously looked at balance. It wasn't like the design, like Aragaf, I'm sure, included in that. But, you know, maybe with... Oh, that's terrifying. Look at that, spinning artillery spire. I'm sure that with time, we might make some adjustments, okay? So keep that in mind as well. See, you know, feedback and so on. The railgun has a really, really slow rate of fire, though. Like, I don't know if it's 60... I don't know if you have...
I think the large grid, large railgun is something like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. And basically, while the railgun's recharging, it recharges like a battery. So there's an energy draw off of your ship. There's a timer as it's recharging. And then once it's recharged, you fire. And it's almost like I think you would refer to it quite accurately as a skill shot weapon. So you get that skill shot in. It's devastating if you land it, but then you've got that reset to wait for it. Camera LCD live feed is a little bit more complicated than you might think. It's a great suggestion. It's a very cool idea, but yeah. What is the railgun counter? You mean you played this, so I'll play that? Well, like honestly, just a good pilot is a great counter to a railgun. You have to shoot me with it manually, so if I'm just a fast vessel or able to move erratically, or, you know, just a good pilot, I can probably dodge you trying to skill shot me from 2 kilometers away or whatever. But it goes back to the old Alpha Strike premise. If you get the first shot, you're probably going to do well. Small grid gravity generators, awesome suggestion. Bumper block.
I think we're getting through the questions now. Like I'm seeing less now, but I'm having so much fun. I can't wait. We're gonna do some freaking tournaments, and I can't wait to really get into the meat of this update and really do some crazy stuff. So I think this is a little AI turret that Aragaf made, and it actually follows you around. It's like an AI turret with 2 weapons in it. It takes out enemies and stuff by itself. Maybe it's following. I can't tell if it's following.
So to that last point, what is your defense as a static base? Well, you have, of course, the advantage of being able to have just an invulnerable field around your base. You have a safe zone. But in most cases, you're not just going to be like trying to attack some static grid. You're probably going to be having an active engagement. Regardless, this still speaks to balance, which, as I said earlier, is something we want to keep looking at and keep reassessing.
Yep.
So, will the update require servers to reset it all? Not that I'm aware of. They should simply be able to update and go about their business. In-game scripting documentation. I can throw up a post to our Discord. Our Discord has an awesome modding community.
Sorry, is this? I just realized this is a recoil powered thing. As you guys have seen, the artillery recoil, or the assault cannon, the bigger cannon, the recoil is insane, and I think this is literally just firing off rounds and infinitely spinning here from the recoil exerted on it. That's nuts. I like this though. This is some like, you can see there's some real testing going on here with the new weapons, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of that.
The weapon that's firing in 4 different directions to spin.
That's the artillery block.
That's amazing. Honestly,
I'm just gonna cut off one of the blocks. I just got hit. I think I'm gonna knock off one of the blocks here and see what happens. No, I'll just actually tell you what. I'll cut at the rotor at the right time. Some weird gravity stuff going on here. I'm gonna cut the rotor. This. Whoa.
So we did already touch in on multi-grid projectors. It's something that we're interested in and we've taken a look at, but we don't have any plans to address that at this time. It'll be cheaper to propel your ships with bullets. I would be very interested in some survival ready builds that use guns to get around. If anyone decides to build them, please tell me about it. I'd love to see them. You should add more scripts to the Xbox version. That's actually something we've looked at. And,
for sure. Yeah. It's a big. It's actually one of those things that players on Xbox they often see the cool stuff that the PC players have. You know, that is client-side scripting, but it's just not possible currently. Well, it's not possible for community-based scripts to do that, and it would be up to Keen to curate some and implement them into the vanilla game.
Mm-hmm. Many of our modders have, especially modders that work on really robust mods, have access and are able to, in some cases, make changes ahead of schedule so they can be ready on release day. So most of the bigger mods that you're using should already be up to date at this point, or update sometime today. Try to remember that modders, just like volunteer staff, are volunteers ultimately, and they do this in their free time out of love for the game. So be patient while they get things updated. Is water going to be added to SE? Water is in SE. It's just frozen.
Can multiple people control a gun and drive? Yes. That's the whole point of the especially with the new turret controllers and stuff. So multi-crew ships and stuff, that's been a big focus for these changes. So people will be able to. That's what the turret control block is all about. So I really can't wait to see the gunships and some more of these multi-crew ship scenarios happening.
Large color palette with textures that support more colors. We have a number of textures as well as a color picker, Armagus. But if you have something more specific in mind, I would love to see that on the support portal. That's the kind of thing we'd love to take a look at. Also, will there ever be elevators in the game? And again, this is one of those things. It's an awesome suggestion. It's an interesting idea. Please, on the support portal, would love to hear your feedback on that.
Will the updates require servers to reset at all? Do the changes talked about in modder Q&A for water modding support? Yes, exactly. Yeah. So all the modding changes are in this update 11. Does artillery have splash damage? I'm not sure about that, Brian.
It has an explosion radius.
Okay.
If you mean like an AoE effect, an area of effect, yes, it has an area of effect. Add the old. That's actually the second time I've seen that suggestion. Add the old heavy armor block skin back for free to all. Certainly, that's a cool idea. I'd love that on the support portal.
The heat vent. I'm going to show you guys the heat vent right now. If you missed it, just find some fighter. It's better shown on the fighter. I guess let's just go classic cursor here.
Right now, we do not have any plans for unknown signals on Xbox, but we are aware of the fact that that would be an awesome thing to have on Xbox.
I'll just put it here.
Is liquid water going to be added to SE? Well done. No, not at this time. We don't have any plans for liquid water in SE. Do rounds deflect now? No, you shouldn't see any ammo deflection, but the armor penetration of the railgun will have different effects depending on how it hits armor. So that's definitely something to experiment with.
So guys, check out the heat vents here. Notice these basically react to the amount of power being drawn. So they're a little bit open now, but if I thrust forward, watch them. And then if I take the thrust off, so these are for large grid and small grids, and they react to the power usage of that ship. And what's cool about them is you can also completely customize the color, both for when they're idle, minimal load, but also when they're max load. So for example, I can make them bright green at minimal, and then when they're high power, let's just be different. Let's go like pink. Hey, let's go pink. If I still have them here. That what? Kind of, but I'm not at full power yet because someone's injured me. But you can see them turning green there when I have the power off. I have to fly away because I'm being attacked here. Let's see. It's not very bright. Oh, it's probably because I need to do this.
I just want to acknowledge Northy Park real quick. Very clever. Very clever. What do you mean you have liquid water? It's called rain. So, well done. Group a rotor or turret hinge group as the access for a turret control block. I'm pretty sure you have to pick specific ones, like an individual. What is the impact of spamming several hundred heat vents? Depends on the proximity of the heat vents to each other. It's the same as spamming several hundred lights right next to each other or anything else. If you put enough stuff in a small enough space, you'll of course have a performance impact.
So that, yeah. Oh, hello. I'm falling. Saw a post on
vents,
go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
I was just do heat vents use exhaust? No, they're different. So the exhaust pipe spawns a particle effect. These do not do that. They have they just give off light and move the vents up and down.
I'm going to come back to this one in a second. I just wanted to show you guys the new update, the new scenario as well you guys can play. We talked about it, we played it a little bit, but when you come to new game, custom game, second top, we have Asteroid Armory here, and I really recommend you guys jump in, take a look at it. It's really nice. It's a little different to the trailer world, but it's pretty similar. I'll just load this up and show you how this looks here. But it's a really great station designed by Smoky, and just like, you know, red ship, just like the classic scenarios in SC, this is a good one to start. It's not quite as big as, say, like, you know, like Spark of the Future was a scenario, right? Whereas this is more like the Pertam Orbiter, the last one. Yeah, but you might recognize it. It's from the trailer, but in this case, it's blue. It was originally blue, actually, and for the trailer, because I wanted to, it was a really random decision. I was like, okay, let's make this trailer. Let's do this, like asteroid base attacking, and I was like, I tell you what, why is it the blues always minding their own business and chilling out and engineering and stuff, and then the reds always come and bully and, you know, gang up on them? So I actually changed it that the greens and the blues were the oppressor in this case, or retaliating, should I say, against the never-ending red aggression. So that I actually just recolored everything to be red. But actually, it's pretty similar. Actually, pretty similar to the trailer, other than that. But lore-wise, unofficial lore-wise, you could say that after the events of the trailer, the blue team reclaimed the outpost and repainted it when they did. Better dead than red. So this is the Asteroid Armory, and this was, like with a lot of scenarios, it's primarily built to showcase a lot of the new blocks and new features. So if you jump in here, you'll be able to find custom turrets and the new hangar doors, all kinds of new blocks here. So if you want a quick like vibe check how the update is looking, you can you can just join this world and oh, hello.
And right there, right next to you, Xocliw, we have actually what was asked for earlier, the new blue ship. So
oh yes.
Yep.
I forgot about that. The new...
Yeah, I was just reminded.
I've been given a cat. Because actually, I was playing with it for a while now, and we had the new red ship, and I completely forgot. I was lost in all the crazy hype for this update that actually the new blue ship was also going to be revealed with this update. And I should do a tour. Maybe, I'm not sure. I guess I could do it now while you answer more questions. Actually go for a tour of this reimagined blue ship, and it's amazing. Like, again, Miko did like the red ship, did a fantastic job kind of bringing it up to modern specs with the new, both new vanilla and DLC blocks, the new weapons. And this one actually has the heat vents in the front. And if you look in the trailer, it's so subtle, but you see these heat vents changing when the ship is thrusting more and so on. So the heat vents are just a really nice kind of like ambient block just to have some more movement, some more detail there. So it's actually not short. I'll be back in just a second, guys. Carry on, man. You got this good.
The cat's going crazy. You got it. Right. So let's get back to some of these tags in chat here. Something like radio spectrometry mod in vanilla game. We don't have any plans for that right now. Again, awesome suggestion on the support portal. Get some votes on it. Can you aim the turret? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember because I saw the question come up several times. It's something like, can you aim the turret control block at the sun? Technically, you can aim it there, but there is no like setting to get it to automatically aim there. Just a request to use one of your ships. We love community content, so if you made an awesome ship, we may approach you and say, hey, we're making a trailer, can we use it? So that has happened in the past. It will happen again. In fact, some of our level designers were community members first. I was a community member first. Fan first. It's a way to make games. Are there authors writing books with SE lore? There are authors writing books based on space engineers. Yes. Can we see any more small grid variations from existing blocks, such as the large gate door, etc.? Certainly, that's always something that we consider. Were there any new world settings added to the admin menu? Not that I'm aware of. Perhaps I missed something. Can you change the aiming reticle? Is it or is it always red? This is actually something we're looking into. Moreover, we're looking into a number of things, especially around color in the menus, like the aiming reticles and the block selections and stuff like that. So I don't have any more news on that right now, but it is something that we're actively looking into. How do railguns do against asteroids? They mostly just slam into asteroids. They don't do a whole lot. A speed upgrade. We don't have any plans to change the speed limit at this time.
What did I come back to?
Just questions. Lots of questions.
What is this?
Spinning head with. Is that a mustache?
But it's following me. Oh, I know what it is. It's a. Okay, so this is another use of the custom turret controller. This is a custom turret. And it's following me, like it's because it's using the custom turret AI for another purpose. The file looks epic. Look at that. Damn, that's actually kind of cool.
Is that supposed to be me? Well, I think I look nicer than flaming eyes, but that is an awesome use of that.
Aragav says custom turret controller is able to activate actions and can fire PMWs as well. PMWs, now there's a word I've had fun with the last year. But that's still a big deal. So custom turret controllers can be used for any action. Pretty much any action you can imagine in a control panel, the custom turret controllers can do it. So you can only imagine the options there. John Wack, yes. Yes.
What is the possibility of space engineers running servers in clusters? That's actually something that's already done. And if you reach out to the Torch community, they have lots of knowledge in that area. Definitely the kind of thing you could look into. It's not something we support by default, though. No. More store-bought ships.
Man, these...
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say these new versions of the ships are so crazy. Like these new, like both the redone red and redone blue. I'm pasting the original here. That's damaged, but sorry, Carol, man. Sorry, I interrupt. I'm just drooling.
I'm not going to be able to keep up regardless, so it's okay.
Chunky.
I don't think angry is possible. Everybody gets angry. That's okay. caverns and stuff on planets. That's absolutely a very cool idea. Again, awesome support portal suggestion. There's tons of awesome ideas. We just want all of them cataloged so that we can go through them. Option for a piston to move. This is a complex one. A button rather than a toggle button. Interesting. Okay. They said that is really bad. I'm going to change your word there. To not get the speed upgrade, at least on a small grid, which would make fighters more viable. Take a look at our combat guide and take a look at some of the changes we implemented. Long term, there's more to investigate there. But to begin with, when you try and target something, how quickly you're able to acquire that target is based on the distance you are from the target and the size of the target. So a really small ship like a fighter or a tiny little drone would take significantly longer, like many seconds, in order for you to actually acquire a target lock on it. And the reason that's viable and interesting is because if you have one of those alpha strike scenarios where this giant warship is trying to aim at you, all you have to do is be a fast mover and try and stay out of target lock. And that's totally doable in 100 MS, especially given that delay based on, in normal combat, that would be called the signature of the other vessel. So if you read through the combat guide, maybe those small grid changes will have some impact on combat. We'd be really interested in feedback on that especially. So
yeah, it should cover everything, but it would be good to know if anything else is needed.
What are the possibilities of AI in the future? In space engineers specifically?
You should. I recommend rewatching the stream from earlier. Well, Marek did touch on something like that earlier, I think. Definitely. Oh, this is cool. I didn't even notice this before. A little window. So yes, AI NPCs. It's something that we are looking into. I think that's about the best way to put it. I forget Marek's exact words. Marek is in charge of, I don't know, not leaking, but you know what I mean. I wouldn't want to say too much or too little, you know.
Sharing news. Marek is in charge of the news section. And right now, if you rewatch just Marek's introduction during the beginning of the stream, there's tons of information to be gathered there. So.
What do you guys think of the new blue ship, by the way? I'm just doing a little bit of a tour here. It's so nice. It's such a cool vibe to it. Miko did a great job. Like with the red, it just feels so modern and up to date here.
Planet killer AI. I don't even know what that would be, but it sounds cool. Spring block, neat idea. Support portal. Please add an official server in Brazil. I actually have something on my list for that. It's a good idea and something we're looking at. So
there's also questions about the some of the content from the trailer, some of the items, and it's something that we're talking about actually. Like, I have a playlist that isn't that up to date, but we understand that people often see something in a trailer and want that. Now, most of it is on Smokey's workshop, right? But we are talking about having some kind of officially curated list so people can just go to one place and find all of the blueprints. So if you're asking right this second, if you find Smokey in the workshop, just searching Smokey will probably come up, find him. A lot of the stuff is on there already, you know? There might not be everything. I don't know if the little truck's on there. He was in the chat earlier, but I can ask him to publish it ASAP as well, just in general. But we are like looking at a way to, you know, have a more officially curated list.
And on that point, we actually had a Reddit thread get started on where we took a picture from, and it was Smokey's creation. And he works for us. He is a team member. And they were like, oh, they just took it off the workshop. We didn't. He told us we could use it. He's nice like that.
Here we go. Me and John Wack. No.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah. It's a lot of fun, actually. I can't type it in chat because he'll see it.
Coffee or tea? Coffee. Thoughts about VR? We've investigated VR, but we don't have any plans for it at this time. As well. Is bullet drop affected by artificial gravity? No, I do not believe it is.
Someone has split the ship in half. I'm not sure if the railgun. I just suddenly realized someone has destroyed this this blue ship here. And I think all the gyroscopes are in the front of it as well, because I don't have any gyroscopic control, only thruster control there. I see a little custom railgun turret, I think Aragaf's made.
Did the classic Gatling and missile turrets receive an overhaul? They did not. Linux, are there plans to support it, if only for Steam Deck compatibility? Right now, we don't have any immediate plans for direct Linux support. That said, we have a very strong community on our Discord that actively works on making sure Linux works. And we are also aware of the Steam Deck and reviewing it. So, like I said, we don't have any immediate plans on anything like that, but it is something that's on our radar for sure.
Whew. I don't know about you, Kienata, but I am whacked out of it.
Super exhausted, yes.
Yeah, I have no food in the house as well. It's a bit of a dilemma.
I'll come feed you. What do you want to eat? I'll order.
I'm looking forward to you when you come to Prague at some point.
Soon.
Oh, I think the game is... Am I hosting? The game is... Oh no, someone's pasting something in, I'm sure, certain of it. I hear big explosions.
So the last question.
So sick.
Last question. Any weapon, awesome weapon expansion, any plans to expand to the manufacturing? Something closer to industrial overhaul, which is awesome, by the way, very cool mod, than the vanilla assembler refinery dual poly. So we're always looking into expanding the game in a number of different directions. Right now, we're doing combat, we're doing this, but that doesn't mean that's the end of the road for us. It's not. Space Engineers has a lot ahead of it, a lot.
Yeah.
And this year is going to be particularly crazy.
Yeah, I said, like, I don't want to, like, hype too much or promise, but I've said a couple times in the streams over the last months that this could be, like, the greatest year for Space Engineers ever.
Yeah.
Like, it's already started with this update. And who knows how the process will go. Like, we also don't yet, depending on how big the updates will be, I think it's not, everything hasn't been fully worked out yet, but from what's on the potential list, it's crazy. It's really, really some big topics there. So I'm particularly hyped for this year.
It's gonna be
all right.
I'm good. I don't want to keep you forever, and we're at 4.5 hours. So
4.5 hours. One of the longest Keen streams ever, I think. But it's been a lot to cover, and I think we covered nearly everything. There's probably more questions to be answered, and if you're joining us, feel free to look over the blog post. Will answer a lot of your questions if you're just arriving, and feel free to look over the stream again, because we've gone through, I think, like the major points. There may be some other things still. Valid soon, TM, soon. I will be doing a tournament soon, TM. Maybe this weekend if we can whip something up. I don't know how much. I don't know how much will we need to do that, but I would love to have just. It could even just be a test tournament or whatever, just a fun, quick and dirty tournament to see just how the new weapons and stuff feel in this environment. So, yeah. Awesome. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you also to Marek, to Sander, and to Honda Trauske, and of course Kienata, all for coming on today and sharing great stuff and answering questions and all those good things. Warfare 2 Broadside is here. We really hope that you're going to have fun with the new weapons and also the new blocks. Like I said, not everyone is into Warfare, but I think from these new blocks, there's a lot of stuff that is interesting and cool to people who aren't interested in fighting. Like there's quite a fair bit just that will add to some really, cool builds. I'm sure there is. As I said, Xocliw in the Tease stream, I'm going to go put those new windows. I'm looking forward to it. And please do send us your builds.
Yes.
Share on socials and stuff. We want to see your new creations with all these new blocks and weapons. And also the plushie. If you got your plushie, please do send us some pictures of that plushie in various locations. It'd be awesome. Leak. I think we've had a leak today. T-shaped conveyor.
Yeah.
T-shaped conveyor. That's your leak. And also, just again, another massive shout out to the entire team. This has been a long process to get the... Oh! Did I bail? Hold on. Is my internet... Wait a minute. Can you guys hear me? What's happening here? I lost Kienata. It says my Zoom says connecting, but I don't know if it's me or... The stream says live. Twitch chat's died. Twitch chat's not working at all. That's really weird. Yeah, Twitch chat is gone. So it's kind of like I'm like half with the internet. So I don't know what's going on there. Very strange. Just says connecting to... YouTube's fine. I see everyone on YouTube. YouTube. Oh, yeah. Site took too long. DNS? No. What? Okay, now my internet's dying as well. That's not good. Okay, let me... Oh,